Hello. Sorry I'm late. Had a little issue to deal with. Gigi, you out there? Or did you go to bed? Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Anna Marie. Sorry I'm late. Can you hear me okay? Cool. How are you doing tonight? Just good. I am doing phenomenal. I don't know why. I just, I feel good. And that's rare. Oh. Well, it looked like we had somebody else and then they dropped out. Hmm. It's all right. We'll give people a few minutes to get the notification. Has it been a long day for you? Oh, it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime. Nope. I've never even heard of Scott Hopkins. I'm assuming it's good music since you're asking me about it. I should do. I'll go jump over on Travis's channel. Hmm. Live. Oh, okay. I'll definitely go check it out. I assumed it was music because it says Scott Hopkins music. He's not doing too bad. He's got 63, 64 viewers right now. Hey, Dennis, how you doing? Um, let's see. I guess we could. Um, what you doing? He's got 67 now. Jumped a couple. Hmm. Nope, that's not it. Hmm. There's the link, everybody.
You can't do night shift. Night shift is easy. I've been doing it for over 24 years. Yeah, wow. I can remember all the way back to when I first started. And I'll tell you what, things haven't changed much in 30 years. It's pretty much the same. I do private security and private investigations. I don't know if you're familiar with the TV show called Cheaters. If you are, I was one of the owners of the actual detective agency that did casework around the United States and the world. Well, see, that's the thing, Dennis, is you can't when you work a graveyard shift, no matter how long you work that shift, your entire life has to change to that shift. So if you only work like right now, I'm only working 2 days a week and it's graveyard. So I'm converting back to a graveyard schedule, which means that daytime for me is sleep time no matter what. You can't, on your days off, you can't go to a daytime schedule and then work 2 days a graveyard, and you'll never adjust to it like that. You got to have consistency in your circadian rhythm. Yeah, everybody remembers when he got stabbed on the boat. That's probably the most infamous show.
episode that they've ever had. Turn that off. Joey was a cocky SOB though, so he actually, and he was on the guy's boat illegally, so he deserved what he got. Here in California, I've worked for every major security company, and nowadays there's a lot of competition out there. So I'd say maybe uh, a third of the smaller companies out here I've worked for. It's hard to find a good one. Here we go. Hopefully that doesn't kill my battery. Got that right. Yeah, there's always some kind of an issue with them, especially in the security industry. Um, I've had a lot of them where it was like pulling teeth to get your paycheck every couple of weeks. And when you finally did get it, you better rush to the bank and cash it or be SOL. So either one of you got anything on your mind that you want to talk about? Securitas and Allied Universal are crap. No, thank you. Been there, done that. They treat their employees like slaves. Yeah, Dennis, it is pretty messed up what the world's going through right now. I tell you, I've never seen anything like it. And I'm not really sure what to think about what we're seeing. It's I don't know. It's just mind blowing. You know, now it was easy to see it coming. I mean, all you got to do is follow along with whatever's happening in Washington, and you could see it all coming. But where's it going? You know, where is it going? What is it building up to? I don't know. I know it's definitely about the New World Order and bringing it in and changing everything up. they they don't care about us. That's obvious, and they're in a massive rush now because Mr. T um, interrupted their agenda and set them quite a ways back. So now they're like double timing it or triple timing it to fall back in line with the their agenda 21 and the 2030 agenda and the 2050 agenda, which is all about the new world order and what new way they're going to enslave us all, you know, those of us that survive it, because they do intend to depopulate the world, and the only way they can do that is through genocide. And I don't feel real happy about that because I certainly don't want to be one of those that they genocide. And I'm prepared to do anything and everything within my power to stop that from happening to me or anybody that I care about as much as I'm able to. Just having some dismay about lies and now more to think about with what was said about the twisting of God's word. Well, that part really doesn't bother me too much because I've been aware for quite a long time that back during the medieval times, and I'm quite certain even farther back than that, but definitely during the medieval times, the kings and the bishops that were in charge of the Roman Catholic Church manipulated everything, right down to including the Bible. So I know things were changed from what they were originally. I know things were taken out. I know things were added. I've watched documentaries about how the Bible was put together. And most people don't know the Bible was put together from probably hundreds of thousands of books of religious text from the beginning of time. And a small group of people got together and chose what they were going to include and what they weren't. And it was all based on the message that they wanted to put out. And so, or they, things that they had big problems with um, back in those times, they put in the scriptures that these things were bad or, whatever in God's eye. Um, I don't think I'll be surviving it. I'm not going to take that shot, and I'm not going to go on the train to the concentration camps. Yeah, yeah, I'm right there with you. And no, they come looking for me with one of them jabs. I got something in return for them, and I'll get them before they get me. Uh, and I sure as heck ain't going to no camp. I haven't been to camp since I was a kid. I don't intend to go back. So, Georgia Guidestones, yeah, yeah, I know all about the Georgia Guidestones. I'm actually quite surprised that somebody hasn't taken those out already. I think they're absolutely disgusting. And I'm quite certain that it has something to do with Mr. Gates and his foundation. You know, the name on the Guidestones in regards to who supposedly put them there is R.C. Christian, which is reference to the Rosicrucianers. Um, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Anne Marie. I tell you, it takes a long time for messages to come through from YouTube into StreamYard. I guess they have to scroll the whole screen before I even get to see them. Anne Marie, I'm just not sure what you mean by holding them responsible for the distraction. That's the word that's confusing me. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. They definitely they definitely destroyed a very peaceful way of life for a lot of people. And to be honest with you, I honestly don't like what those people turned this world into. Current day society would have been much, much nicer if they had just left well enough alone and left the land alone, left the tribes alone. You know? But what do you expect from a bunch of greedy bastards? Come over and take over a new land and want to take everything for themselves. Now Travis is up to 75 now. Let's see if he's still got noise issues. I'm gonna mute my mic so it doesn't feed back. I'm so sorry to hear that, Anne Marie. I'm sure that made things a little difficult. Yeah, this censoring sickens me too, and it is so illegal. Yes, yes, it is. It is. But they've been running their narrative for so long that look how easy it was for them to just, kind of slip this right in underneath us, you know? Um, that was definitely a long-term plan, and they've executed it quite well. They sucked us all in with social media and keeping up with the Kardashians and all this other stuff that people are still stuck on today. You know, like we allowed them to kick us while we were asleep. I mean, literally, they kicked us while we were asleep, and they just keep kicking us. Oh wow! I've got a family of raccoons. There's one. Oh, let's see. Look at that. I don't know if you can see. There's one, there's two, and there should be another one coming behind it. There it is. Oh, four. Yeah, that's the first sign of life I've seen since I got here. There we go. Yep, and why did they give them smallpox? Because it was easier to eradicate them than it was to push them out or accept them. That shows you right there. Our government's been involved with no problem whatsoever in using biotoxin warfare against people from day one. They seem to be having a pretty heavy conversation going on over there at Travis's channel, talking about all of this stuff that's going on now. Well, let's see. Over there, you got somebody posted that they think that the AZ rechecking of things is a telltale thing, and that we're not going to be waiting for 2022. That apparently we're going to get this done before then, which gives us roughly a year. What do you think? Do you think we'll do something sooner than that, or will they wait until next year? Oh, I'm not saying I want to go over there, but we could be learning new information over there that we don't get over here with just the three of us, you know. And I'll be back on here live after Travis is done, unless he goes all night again. So, uh, this channel is gonna serve kind of as a backup to the truckers that are out there, and anybody else who can't sleep or works nights or whatever the situation may be, where they want to get into a live conversation instead of replaying something that was on earlier today and whatnot. Uh, so that's the intention here, is just to be a kind of a backup channel out here for all those people who need somewhere to go. And I'm not doing anything while I'm sitting out here in the middle of this gravel pit, so why not? Yeah, let's just try to remain calm, Anna Marie. We don't. We don't need to go there right now. Do I think there's any truth to the Bible? I believe that a large percentage of it carries truth, but it is all written by man. And man's writings are only one person's interpretation of something that they heard or saw or did. If we had two people from that exact same time frame going through the exact same thing, hearing or seeing or doing the exact same thing, their accounts of it would be different in many ways. So, not a grave pit, a gravel pit, a rock quarry. So yeah, I believe there's a lot in the Bible that carries truth, but especially in the Old Testament. Um, but it's subjective to how accurate are the translations. You know, we know that the King James version is supposed to be the most accurate translation, but if we don't have anything close to it to compare it with, or more people smarter than me that can read the ancient texts and translate them correctly. I mean, hell, scientists can't even agree on what things mean, you know? So I think it's all subjective. And in truth, it's really not even about what's in the Bible, whether it's real or not. It's about what's right here, what's in your heart, you know? What do you believe in? I know I believe in God. I don't know that that those are 100% his words in a book made by men, but I can feel God within me. So I don't I don't know really what else to say about that. I have a lot of issues with a lot of things that are in the Bible, and I've had a lot of questions over the years that nobody was ever able to answer, which kind of led me to figuring things out for myself. And by looking at history and not just the Bible, you have to look at a lot of other things throughout history. How did civilizations live? How did they worship? You know, the medieval times is a major period of time where you gain a lot of perspective um, from some of the information that came out of that time period. All right, Dennis, brother, you have a great night. Sleep with the angels, sir. And I hope to see you again tomorrow or whenever I'm back on. Um, I only work Saturday, Sunday here, so for right now at least, that's the main days, in the late night that I'm going to be on. But I will also be popping up from time to time throughout the day during the week. So we'll just kind of see how things go. Um, I got to tie up some loose ends before I can kind of commit to anything permanent. So, but I wish you a very good evening, sir. Thank you for coming by. So I guess you're saying you would agree with my assessment, Anna? I mean, I don't know what to believe anymore. You know, I've heard that if they released all the information hidden in the vaults in the Vatican, that the truth about our religion, well, actually religions across the world, uh, they say it would take 6 months for people to begin to recover from the shock of finding out the truth. No, they're not precious stones. I wish. This is an asphalt plant. You know, they have sand and gravel and hot asphalt mix for doing the roads. This is actually a small pit. It doesn't have like a huge hole in the ground. You know, they dig in smaller areas and bring stuff up, and then they move around depending on what their needs are. I'm glad that you kind of feel the same way, because I tell you, it's rough when you feel like I do, believe some of the things that I do like that, and it's hard to find people that agree. They all want to argue scripture, and it's like, well, you're going right back to something that was written by man. So you're not telling me anything that's from God that you can say 100% for sure, for fact, is from God. And I don't trust anybody other than myself, and half the time I don't know if I even trust myself. So, um, you know, too many players with too many lies. Travis has my post up right now. It says hello at Search for Truth and everyone in chat. I posted that like 40 minutes ago. Typing him a message. Tell him I am live right now. My raccoons are back. Oh, hang on a second. My phone moves really slow, apparently. Hey, Dragonfly.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, good. I
How
can
are
see
you?
half of you.
Yeah, yeah. The way that my phone is here, actually, let's see. How do I do this again? A little more layout. And boom. There we go. That's better.
Yeah, I've made your bed head and stuff. I was laying in the bed with the dogs. I'm surprised they didn't follow me out. We have rescue dogs here, me and my roommate.
Uh-huh.
Um, I got four left. We keep the ones that are have special needs or are disabled or old, but we've given out quite a few dogs to a lot of people, and one couple actually has us babysit one of the dogs that we gave them when they go places and stuff. It's pretty cool. We actually stood up in a wedding and had the dog in a little tuxedo and stuff like that, like 11 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I used to always be into bigger breed dogs, but these little ones have stole my heart. I'm just an animal lover. I'm big time softy.
Me too. Me too. I have five cats. Well, that's what I've got left. Um, I had a total of seven, and uh, at one point a German Shepherd.
I had
So
cats when I was growing up.
yeah, mine were all rescues. People brought them to us when they were just little itty bitties. They found them in a dirt lot, or one of them, a friend died, so we took the cat in.
Yeah,
Um, and my two oldest ones, one of them passed a few years ago, but I've got one that's 20 years old, and I found
wow,
him and his brother when they were 2 weeks old.
wow.
So yeah, all of my babies are rescues. So
Well,
I won't buy an animal.
what happened to me is I had become disabled and I was injured at work. I tore up my shoulder but hurt my neck really bad, and for the longest time I couldn't even turn my head. And I
Hmm.
just was in so much pain all the time, and I couldn't sleep. I went through just a terrible time when I was injured at work. But anyway, when I was living in this apartment complex for elderly and disabled, I couldn't handle it. And I met the woman that's my roommate now, and we both couldn't stand it. So we ended up buying a house together. We bought a mobile home, and it's a newer one, and we have it on someone else's property that's a trailer park. And our intentions are to get a piece of land. We paid off the house, but we want to get a piece of land and put the house on it. But right now, with the way the world is right now, there's no doing that.
I live in my RV. I've got a 1984 Southwind 27-foot Class A motorhome.
Her and I have talked about that, but we're up in Wisconsin, so we'd have to go south and everything in the winter. I don't really
Well,
want to go down there.
yeah, it's hard living in an RV in the snow, I'm sure. It gets cold even here in beautiful Southern California. When it gets down to the low 30s, and sometimes we'll get down as low as 27, 28 in the wintertime,
Yeah.
uh, which I mean to a lot of y'all is warm, but for us that's cold.
Oh, when I
Uh,
was younger, I used to go out and do, uh, well, usually in my undies and bra, but go out and make snow angels and stuff like that. We burnt wood, so the house would get
yeah,
pretty warm, so it made it really easy to do that.
yeah,
I always wanted to go put polar bear swimming, but haven't done that yet.
yeah. I'm not a real big fan of ice cold water unless I'm drinking it. No, I used to
You,
do that when I was younger, and say I was at a friend's house or a relative that had a swimming pool and jacuzzi, and
hmm
you'd sit in the jacuzzi and get all nice and hot, and then you go jump in the pool, and then go and run back and jump in the jacuzzi. We used
yeah.
to do that all the time, but I'm not doing no polar plunge. I'd probably have a heart attack.
Oh, when I used to drink and party a lot, people get a kick out of it when we would have a blizzard and everybody would be at the bar. I'd get everybody out doing snow angels, and I'd be out there doing the Polish one face first down in the snow. But
Was that from the alcohol though, and the partying?
no, sometimes, but actually, I don't drink much. And then when I was a bartender, I didn't drink at all because I felt responsible for my clients, or
Right.
patrons and everything. And I've had to throw a few men around a few times, and that came behind the bar to try to pull stuff on me or grab me from behind and stuff. So I was lucky enough to be able to take care of myself in those times, and people saw it, so they're like, I got the reputation no one messes with me because they were quite a bit bigger than me.
Right.
But I figured that that's got to be something in my DNA or something that I know how to do that kind of stuff because I hurt them pretty bad. And I'm not proud of that, but I was able to take care of myself. That's the good thing.
That's the
But
important thing.
yeah, but where I was going with about like my mom and the Native American stuff. My mom and her sister and youngest brother ended up in the orphanage, and the older brothers were put out on the into the boarding schools, and some of them were like work boarding camps or whatever.
Yeah.
Um, their mom died after she gave birth to the youngest child, and the state of Wisconsin decided, well, the father can't take care of all of those kids, and they weren't letting the other family members take them because that was right around the time where they were just about ready to stop the boarding schools.
Hmm.
And so, anyhow, they, they got put in the orphanage. And when I was little, my mom tried teaching me a few words and to write in the sand, and my aunt and her, they taught and told me some things. And one of the things was that we weren't supposed to make eye contact with anybody. And a lot of it was, they would say, have your native pride and be proud to be Native American. But yet, my mom was a chronic alcoholic and really abusive.
Hmm.
And she taught me to be ashamed of who I was at the same time because she was taught to be ashamed. And I realize now, especially with the different patriot channels and different things that I've been getting on, and different prayers and sharing information, that was the devil making us feel that, that we're not
Right.
supposed to feel that way about ourselves. But I mean, even when my mom was not on welfare or anything, because my dad did support us well after the divorce and everything. I was always called a dirty little welfare Indian, and I didn't understand that because we
Hmm.
didn't live on a res. I didn't have any comprehension of what they were talking about, and it was I just never got that till I was older, and I moved to southern Wisconsin. I was originally from Minnesota, but till I moved to southern Wisconsin and lived close to the Menominee Reservation, and they had a whole bunch of stuff that went on the reservation down here, where there were people floating down the river. And I don't know if you ever heard of the um what did they call it? There was a novitiate here, and it was all over the national news. They were having a war over this novitiate with the Native Americans, and
Hmm.
this was in the 1980s. People were posseed up around here to hunt natives in the 1980s. It was
Hmm.
unreal.
I didn't know all of that.
Yeah, the novitiate used to be one of those boarding schools in a church and all that stuff. And it was on the Red River right by Kashina and Shawano, Wisconsin.
Hmm.
And I don't know where it all started, but I think it was some of the natives wanted the land back and stuff like that. And here they say the building was put there like in the 1800s. And um, now I'm finding out that a lot of buildings were here before the white man even came to the United States. But it's all, I'm finding out all these things, and I think that, yeah, we're in for a big eye opening experience when they start disclosing information, because I didn't even know till recently. I used to wonder, I worked at a casino for a while, why the two different tribes that worked there from two different reservations, one would call the other ones niggers, excuse the
Hmm.
language. Well, I didn't realize that there were also black Native Americans. I'm talking like African.
Hmm.
I never knew that.
Yep. Lunchtime is over. Time to check back in.
You got to go back to work.
Well, that's what I'm doing right now.
Uh, It's right.
Yep. Yep. It's nice that, I mean, literally all I have to do is sit here in my truck at this gate, and there's nothing else to do.
Uh, I'll
So,
let
and
you
I
see
got
when
I got three
my
more hours
children.
to go. Hang on a second. They're gonna go through all of them first, and then they'll come back to the people that are on lunch. Uh, Thank you, Miss Blue Moon. She says that everyone's gonna be over here in a minute from Travis's.
Ooh, someone else might want to jump on with you.
Oh, I can have up to 10.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yep. Thank you, Miss Blue Moon, for not knowing exactly what I'm doing and not really having a specified direction for the show. You know,
Hmm.
things are starting to work out. It's all working properly, and
Cool.
that's
Yeah,
that's about all I can hope for.
I gotta
Ecliptic
tell
stop
you,
sign. Good morning. I'm
before you
sorry.
have a
Go
whole
ahead.
before you have a whole bunch of people jump on, I was gonna tell you, yeah, one of my biggest things that was a personal worry for me about the around September 11th is the 9th I get my dentures. The 11th is my daughter's wedding.
Mm.
Could get interesting.
Yeah. You think?
Yeah, all the people
Hello,
that are gonna be
BB.
traveling from all over.
Yeah, I, I've seen how some family gatherings like that end up. Oh, we got somebody in the back. It's BB72, ladies and gentlemen. And there he is.
Hey, what's
Give me,
happening?
hey, BB, give me just a second. I'm about to check in here,
All
I
right.
think. Let's see if they call me right now or wait till the end. I
I don't
wish we
know how
didn't
to.
have to hear them all. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't know how to get the comments to
Corona
come up while
10-8,
I'm
code 4.
talking.
Okay, so we're good to go. I can turn that part off. Go off. Thank you. Alrighty. Sorry about that, y'all. Necessities of work. So how you doing, BB?
Hey, living the dream. Well, not really.
Yeah.
I wish it was a dream.
Are you
Hi,
still out on the
BB.
road right now, or are you home?
No, I've been off since last time I worked was Thursday night. I don't go back to work till Tuesday. So
Nice. Hi,
yeah, I
Deanna,
took Friday
Robert.
and Saturday off. So
Yep. I've been taking all the days off for the last couple of years. Now it's my turn to get back to work. Let's see.
Well, that's kind of nice.
Deanna, are you talking about Anna? This is Anna Marie in the room. It's Dragonfly. Oh. Let's see. We'll go back over here. We'll redrop the link. So there's the link, everybody. Robert, my brother, how are you doing, man?
Robert's still up.
Yep, Robert, still up.
He must be an insomniac like me.
Like all of us, I think. Hey,
You know,
BB's
it
got to be
really
an insomniac.
oh
it
yeah.
really keeps you going with everything that's going on when you start getting into the research, and then also when you've gone down them rabbit holes and you just keep going deeper and deeper and you're finding more stuff. It really, wow. It's like I could go for days and I didn't want to sleep. I just kept wanting to dig more.
Robert, I'm sorry to hear that your son caught the sea. No, I wasn't laughing about that. I was laughing about what Deanna posted, which I'll bring up here in a second.
Yeah, I can't see the chat.
Try turning, if you're on your phone, turn your phone sideways. And it maybe should pop up to the side.
Maybe. I don't know. I'll try this.
I think we might be able to work something out, Deanna. I'm just thankful you're not asking me to pose in the G-string.
Well, if it is, it's got to have reflectors on it and look the same color as what you're wearing now.
Well, I do have one of the red elephant G-strings.
Oh, no.
My ex bought that a few years back.
Well, that's the right side, isn't it? Not size, side. Elephant, donkey, elephant.
Yeah, the right color as well.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's have Robert and his son in our prayers. He apparently has caught the sickness.
Oh boy.
And that is definitely not good.
No.
If only we could keep them protected 100% of the time, right, Robert? What's up, Scooby-Doo?
Hey, Monty.
Can't hear you, Monty. I can see the hand, but I still can't hear you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hola. Another
Hola,
insomniac.
I went back and watched that video after I dropped out on GG's, and I seen what you saw about. I saw what you said about the Abba Zabbas.
Yeah, you better be nice. Because I will do that. I'll find some and I'll send them to you.
I didn't catch that.
Oh, he likes Abba Zabbas. It's a candy. It's a taffy with peanut butter in the middle.
Okay.
And we have them out here in Southern California. So when I come across some, I'm gonna pick some up for him and ship them off.
The
My
Midwest don't
favorite
have.
were always Bitto Honeys.
I like Bit of Honeys too. Yeah. What were you gonna say, Monty?
I was just saying we don't have those in the Midwest at all. At all. Never have. Never. That's weird how some different foods and snacks, you know what I'm saying, you can't find here and there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Shane 187, how you doing, brother? Go ahead, whoever was about to talk. I didn't mean to cut you off.
We've
I
gone
guess
silent.
no one. Miss Blue Moon, so nice to know we are praying without ceasing. Thank you, my prayer warrior sister and #1 fan. Oh, Deanna, that's so sweet. Miss Blue Moon. Hey, Dave Mall, how are you doing? The StreamYard link is in the chat. If I need to put it back in, let me know, and I'll do that. Let's see, private chat. Practicing your mute button. Why do you need to practice your mute button, Monty? Wow.
Something in the background.
Who knows? Who knows? Let's see. Okay, there's the link again. And I need to do a little bit of work here. So let me go back. I need
So I have
to.
ADD.
Okay, let's see. We've got ecliptic stop sign. You now have a wrench. And let's see. Oh, we gotta close that. Robert, my brother, you are now a moderator. You got yourself a wrench. We got Deanna. You now got a wrench. And Miss Blue Moon already has one. Shane 187, come on down. You now have a wrench. Let's see, who else do we got?
Me.
Dave, I just gave you one.
Oh,
I think I did. There you go, Dave. Got
Did
you a
anyone
wrench too.
happen to see Mike Penny tonight? He was saying
Nope.
something about prepping for 3 months.
Dang.
I've got 3
some of his
months
does know.
minimum, 3 months minimum of food and water in the back of my truck. And that I got even more at home in the RV. I'm prepped. I'm ready.
I'm gonna run for more water and stuff tomorrow, but other than that, it's awful hard to find canned meats that I want to eat.
Oh, Deanna.
After I tore up my shoulder and my neck and stopped bow hunting and gun hunting for deer, I don't have all that canned venison I used to have. I love it on potatoes.
What that does? Nope, that didn't do that. Undo that.
Yeah, I could say my cupboards are full, and I got a stockpile of food here in the by the kitchen. Oh man, I'm set.
So has anybody figured out how they're gonna flush their toilets? If the power goes out? Did you? Oh, no, you're not froze.
Thank you, Deanna. Love you. Love you, love you, love you. Okay, now I got some comments I got to catch up here. Robert remembers getting stoned in the stone quarry. Yeah, I did that too as a kid.
We used to have a lot of bonfire parties. Are you muted or am I?
I think he's muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, my browser kicked my mic out again. We got somebody in the back room. Hey, it's Mr. Don Ritchie. Come on down, sir. You are the next contestant
We got
on
somebody
California
in the
Patriot.
back room. Hey,
Hello.
it's
Hey,
Mr.
Don.
Don Ritchie. Come on down, sir.
I'm getting
Next
feedback,
contestant
Don. You're gonna have to turn your
on the
YouTube off.
California Patriot room. Hey,
Hello.
it's Mr. Don Ritchie. Come
How's that?
Perfect.
Sorry, I had one tab open that I wasn't aware of. Oh, as far as flushing the toilet,
Keep the
30,000
tub
gallon,
full.
30,000 gallon pool in the backyard. I can flush all the toilets I need.
Ooh, my neighbors
That'll
have a
work.
pool. Good idea.
I don't think we're going to have that problem. I mean, may, but I doubt it. But I'm ready for that.
Yep, and make sure you got your 55-gallon drums of water, and make sure you got a couple on the side that you can get rain runoff directed into.
Done.
Yep. Yep.
Yep, that's important stuff because water's
Prepping-
going to run out real quick.
Nah. Prepping 101 would be proud of me.
If I had the space and the money to afford to buy, large water containers and
They're
stuff
20
like
bucks a
that.
piece.
Yeah, but I live in an RV resort. I don't have anywhere to store something like that. So, which is why my truck bed is packed half full of food and water
I understand.
and other supplies.
Do you have a covered RV?
Well, what do you mean by covered?
Like an awning over it?
No,
Man, if
no,
you had one of those,
I
you could
have
run
a,
gutters and you'd be.
I've got a fully enclosed 10 by 10 easy up that sits right next to my RV. I have it, it's sitting on a deck, but I don't have, there's never even been an awning on the side of my RV.
I understand. Okay. I was
So,
just, some of them, if it's a permanent, some people build, those aluminum dealies over their RVs, and you could run rain gutters and fill up 55-gallon drums. I mean, down here, they're
yep,
cheap. They're 50, 20 bucks a piece. And then you can stage them to where they fill and fill and fill and fill.
yep.
Just a suggestion. But if I run out of 30,000 gallons of water, I'll just have to plant a garden in there, I guess. I don't know.
Yep. And something else that's actually really, really important that I guarantee most people don't think about, and I have to give all the credit for my knowledge about it to our wonderful friend, Remote Viewer 57. And that item, ladies and gentlemen, would be a life straw or some other on the go type of water filtration. Uh, and the life straw, that is probably the best one out there. I mean, you can literally drink your own urine out of a urinal, and
No.
you may not want to, but with that
You-
you could, and that would help you survive. You could drink out of a dirty mud puddle and get clean water.
I got
So
hogs pissing in dirty mud puddles behind my house. I ain't drinking out of that sumbitch. I can tell you that.
yep, but the point is that you could,
I know. I hear what you're saying.
you know.
I've been looking all over for them.
I got mine on Amazon.
Oh,
Yeah, and they do have the generic versions of them that are cheaper. I got a 4-pack for like $25, and the actual Life Straw itself, the name brand one, is $25 for one.
wow.
How long does it last?
1,000 gallons.
Oh, wow.
And then I also bought a 1 liter. Matter of fact, I have it here. This is a 1 liter Life Straw. Let me move my laptop a little bit there.
Wow.
Cool.
So you can see the name on the side there, Life Straw. That's a 1 liter water bottle. It's got a carabiner clip on it. And it has the filter in it.
Wow. That's cool.
And it's replaceable.
I like
Now
that. I've
this,
never seen one of those.
for this one, it comes in 4 different colors. Clear, the blue one, a teal green color, and a smoke. And it comes in 2 different sizes, 22 ounce and 1 liter. The
Cool.
1 liter is $45. So, but one of the best SHTF prep items that you can get. Because when the water runs out, you don't realize how desperate people are going to become.
Oh yeah.
You know, 3 days without it, and you're pretty much toast.
Absolutely. Well, does vodka work?
That I don't know.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That I don't know.
No, I'm just kidding, but I stayed off the sauce tonight.
Hi, Bella. Now I found you. Let's see. Bella.
Scooby Doo asked me to
Bella.
talk about cigars.
Hi, Bella.
You now have a wrench, Bella. Ah, there's BB. Gotta get BB. There you go, sir.
Oh shit!
Oh.
Thanks.
I don't know. I don't see anybody else new that came in. If you're out there in the chat and I haven't given you a wrench, say something. But right now, I think I got everybody in there.
Did you just start doing these streams, Charlie?
Yeah. Yesterday was my first live stream.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I was on for about 2.5 hours. And I was gonna go live again before I got off work, but I ended up with a technical issue, so that didn't
Oh.
happen.
Well,
You don't know what you don't know what to do with the wrench, Dave. Um, Basically, depending on what my settings are for the channel, you would have certain little perks that unwrenched people don't have. And you have the power, if we get trolls in the room, you can boot them out of here. So you're a moderator, basically.
it's like being a VIP.
Shane 187. You can fix a car with the wrench.
That you can fix just about anything with the wrench. Go ahead and drop it, Bella. And tell us what it's about. That's the same link you dropped over on Liberty, isn't it? Or on Gigi's earlier? I think it was Gigi's earlier. Hey, Canadian Patriot, how you doing, sweetheart?
Ooh, she made it finally.
Yep, she made it. And boom, Canadian Patriot, you now have a wrench. And we're glad that you made it.
Yeah, I'm saying a lot of prayers for Craig today, I'll tell you.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness, everybody's so worried about him.
I've got the Weather
Yeah.
Channel on right now, and it's wow.
So do I.
Is it?
I was
Is
watching
it?
some of the live streams too.
There's over 1 million people without power right now.
Has it gotten any closer to where he's at?
Which I'm not sure. Which town does he live in? Or which one does he live by?
I don't know. All I know is he's across the lake from
Lake Pontchartrain?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's across the lake from New Orleans.
That's Lake Pontchartrain.
I think he's without power then. I think that whole area got hit without power.
He has a generator though. He said he has a generator.
Oh, good.
Well, the bigger concern is the animals.
There's already been listed. Somebody's been killed already by a tree fell on someone's house. So someone's already lost their life in this.
Oh, geez.
So, since I always have problems, I can turn on the Weather Channel on my TV and still be on this without causing any backfeed?
I've got mine on mute.
Okay, well, I'm a beginner, so I don't want to fuck up anything.
Yeah, you can have it on mute. As long as you have it on mute.
I'm going to mute my mic for a minute because I got to check in, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, the first time I got on Mike's show, it was a fucking nightmare. And then it happened over here with Travis too. Like I said, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I think I figured it out now. Now this is a different stream thingy. From what I can see, this is StreamYard instead of whatever.
Restream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Travis has used Restream.
Okay. See, like I said, it just looks different formatted to me. I don't know. The chat's going crazy, by the way.
I can't
still
figure out
muted.
how to see it and see us at the same time.
Scooby Doo asked me, Don, let's talk about cigars and Monica Lewinsky. Oh,
I used to have a joke about her.
that kicked my ass right there. I lost it totally. Depends on what. I'm not going to say it. I'll just be quiet. We got a lady on board.
Hey, I'm a biker and
Yeah,
grew
Yeah.
up around a lot of talk, so I'm not too worried about it.
Okay.
I am.
I would respond, but I probably should.
I don't ride on the back. I'm the driver.
That's the. What do you have?
I don't have one right now, but I've had several. I've had a Harley. I like Hondas. Don't get me wrong. I like Hondas.
Gold wings are badass. I'm sorry. They're tough.
And I had a Snorton Norton chopper at one time.
Wow.
Norton, Norton.
I learned how to ride on
Snorton
Indian.
Norton
Yep, Snorton Norton.
and an Indian. Wow.
Yep. My dad used to race. And then he was top mechanic for Skidoo for many, many years. But he also worked at several places. I don't know how many people are in the chat from Wisconsin, but
Wisconsin.
Eagle.
I'm from Wisconsin. I live in Indianapolis, but I'm usually from Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, Eagle River Racetrack, where they have the championships and stuff like that.
Well,
My
you
dad
know where Chippewa Falls is, right?
Yeah.
That's where my kids are living.
Oh,
Oh,
drive through there when I go up to Duluth area, Superior and stuff to see my brother. I have relatives that live up by Hagen.
Okay, yep. What do they call? Isn't there like a sledding place up there, Trollhagen?
I think so.
It's like a big tubing place. You can go there tubing and stuff for the wintertime.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. I'm actually kind of between well, I'm north of Appleton, but when he brought out that water purification thing, all I could think of is I would just like to try that on Oshkosh water because they get the water out of the lake, so it always tastes like algae. Ugh,
Yeah.
really bad. You can't even make Kool-Aid or anything with it, you know.
Charlie, did you see my messages in the chat room? The
I'm
private
actually
chat
looking right now. Didn't we go over this already?
I wrote that 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I don't normally go and check that because I'm watching the main chat and I'm watching for the people coming into the back room. When I open up the private chat, it covers the whole screen, so I can't see anyone. So
I got
so anyway, is Monty's asking about the rules for the mods. Basically, let's just keep it clean. No cursing if we can avoid it. I know things slip out, but and believe me, I got the dirtiest mouth in the room probably. So, well, maybe second to Deanna. Love you, girl. But yeah, pretty much. There's really no need to be kicking people out of here unless they're truly trolling or whatever. I want to hear what people have to say. I don't care if they disagree with me or, you know, whatever. Everybody's got a right to their opinion. Just don't bring any trouble. That's about it. This room doesn't have any particular topic or style. It's just an open format where it's available to people who don't have anything better to do, have insomnia, stay up all night, you're working, you're on the road driving, you know. Since I'm, you know, working the later hours, you know, I can be here after Travis goes off. If any of those described people are looking for a place to go, you know, and we can talk about anything you want to talk about.
Cool.
So,
Could you see that sticker?
what sticker? Can't see it very well, but I'm looking at a cell phone, so.
Oh, we got a gun on the window.
Oh,
My
okay.
roommate put up there. It says "Think twice because I won't."
Yep. Absolutely.
We put the no trespassing on our gate out here and everything for people not to come in freely. And we have insurance men that come door to door, and they don't seem to be able to read.
Put a sign out there, $50 every minute. If I open the door, you got to hand me $50 to talk to you. They walk right away.
They come to my door. If I open it, they're going to have a 50 caliber CO2 pistol pointed at their forehead.
Ouch.
I have a 45. My roommate has a 9
Believe
mil,
me,
and I
that's
have
going to
a
hurt because it's
12
got
gauge.
rubber coated steel ball bearings. I'm not looking to necessarily kill anybody unless I have to, but I am more than willing to put some hurt on somebody.
Just bip them a little bit.
So if it's not the 50, if it's not the 50 cal, it's going to be the .68 caliber paintball rifle, and you know
Those fuckers
they're going to
hurt
be
too.
shooting pepper balls at them.
We got the mace
Plus
and all
another
kinds
40
of
in the magazine. I just bought a Tipman Stormer Elite paintball rifle.
If I'm going to pull it, it ain't going to be a paintball.
In fact, I can even show you 50 caliber. I have it with me.
What's happening on 9/11?
There you go.
It's a 20-year anniversary.
Nice.
If it started the
Look
10 days of
at
enlightenment,
that beauty.
everybody's been calling it the 10 days of darkness. No, it's not. It's the 10 days of enlightenment.
Let's
These
see
President
here.
Trump's
What's that?
the
That
message
sounds like Mike Penny.
Who's listening to Mike?
Sounds like Mike
There you
Penny.
go.
That wasn't me.
Oh, well, you can see that.
Wasn't me.
Not me.
That is Mike Penny.
I mean, I love the guy. I mean, he's a patriot, but you know,
Yep.
That's another story.
Hi, Crystal.
That's another story. All right.
Mine's always by my side.
Hey.
That a girl.
I find
That's
Mike
45.
Penny rather entertaining.
I picked up a 12 gauge shotgun at a
And by the
rummage
way,
sale.
YouTube, this is a CO2 pistol, not a real one.
Oh. Mine just looks real then.
The BB gun.
I picked up a 12 gauge shotgun at a rummage sale from a really old man. It's an old Sears and Roebuck
Wow.
Oh wow.
trying to Ranger. Boy, is that sucker nice.
On that, and there probably if there is a serial number on it, if that's one thing. If
Nope.
there's not, it'll tell a year on the barrel.
Yeah,
Wrench now.
You can't even tell the year on it. I've been trying really hard. I've even brought it to gun people, and they said that that's one of the few guns that's really hard to tell because they made them back like in the early 1900s. They had them in World War II. They had them in World War One. So
Yep.
that without the numbers, they didn't even start putting them on until like in the 40s, I think they said.
Yep.
You just got a hell of a find.
I got it for $50.
Oh, I'll give you 100 today.
Whatever you do, don't shoot hand-loaded magnums in them. The barrels won't hold up.
No, I'll just shoot like bird
two and
shot.
3/4. Yeah,
Wow.
because the barrels wasn't made real strong back then. Not as strong as they are now.
I used to have a Mauser, and it had all the little swastikas and all that stuff on it. It just felt too evil. So I got rid of that. But boy, when I shot that thing, there was old telegraph poles, and I shot a telegraph pole, and that thing it almost broke the whole pole right off. I'm not kidding. The hole on the other side was bigger than when it went in. But they used to call me Annie Oakley because, well, I could shoot a rabbit on a dead run right through the eyeball with a Winchester 22. Single shot.
Nice.
Oh, come on now.
No, I'm not kidding. Them suckers would do a somersault.
That's just like the guys I know that said, "Oh, I shot it at 300 yards, running, a buck or whatever," and you go up to it and it's got corn in its mouth. Come on, really? I'm giving
When I married my former husband, I've only been married one time. His dad came running out when I shot a rabbit one time, and I was the only woman in the family that ever shot deer. They didn't believe I would. I had my appendix removed the week before gun hunting season, and I go, I am going gun hunting whether you like it or not. My family depends on that. Said my husband is a seasonal worker at this time. We need the venison. And I said, I can't depend on him to get a deer. So I went out hunting, and I was out there. I didn't even realize how long I'd been out there. I got my deer, and I yelled and yelled for my father-in-law through the woods because he says, you're not cleaning a deer by yourself if you get one. Well, I had a rope, so I tied after I gutted it out because I couldn't get a hold of him. I put a rope around the lower part around down by my legs and tied it off to the antlers of the deer. And we had enough downfalled leaves that it pulled pretty easy. I was really in good shape back then. And when I got to crossing the railroad tracks, they were coming out looking for me. They thought I froze. I didn't realize I'd been out there all day long. But once you're busy cleaning the deer and everything, you don't realize how much time that takes and everything. And I was way back in the woods. I was a couple miles from home. And anyhow, his dad has never been speechless, so it was really cool. It actually brought me to tears because he goes, "Where did you find that?" And I said, "It came right in front of me." And I never realized that why the women never talked the deer stories and stuff like the guys did, because they never shot a deer in all the years they went hunting. The guys filled their tags. So my husband was a little bit upset that year because he didn't get one. But we had plenty of venison that year. He would
That's always a good thing.
well, he would go bow hunting and stuff, and he'd do that when he'd have to get up for work the next day, and I'd have to go out and track the deer and find it, and then he'd come home. So I'd always go and put him up somewhere different in the yard. When he'd come home, he wouldn't know where the deer was, and he'd go, "Did I get the deer?" And I go, "No." And then his dad would say, "Hey, Doug, go out back and do this or that," you know. He'd go out there all pouty and everything, and then there would be the deer in the tree. He's, just give him a hard time because he would make me do all the hard work. But getting on to some other conversation, I'll let you guys talk.
Well, I'm kind of interested in what Canadian Patriot is talking about. I'd love to hear what she's got to say.
Oh, you missed it.
Yeah, she missed it.
Yeah,
She
I guess I
was
missed
on
it.
fire.
Apparently, she's still on fire. Do you still need to talk?
Bring her on.
What's going on?
Chat has her rolled up.
We got room. You can come on in. And there's the link.
Why am I not seeing this shit?
You may be on top chat instead of live chat.
It says live.
So people whining in the chat?
Live after gig GIGI7989.
No. Go to where the chat is. Are you on a computer or your phone, Monty? Or is that Dawn?
Not me.
Oh, I know why. Yeah, there we go. I was on private chat.
Oh, okay. Alrighty.
Like I said, technology is not my best game.
I hear you, brother. Hey, Canadian, how you doing?
Well, hello.
How are you, sweetheart?
I've calmed down a little bit.
Bring the thunder, girl.
Yeah, I got a little excited. In fact, I'm a little hot under the collar, but I got to the point where I really don't give up flying. Beep, 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 beep. So.
Well, I missed it, so fill me in.
Oh. I don't think I can cover all that, Charlie, but you might want to replay it.
Well, I probably will, but give me the short version.
The short version of it is, Charlie, I am so sick of these people sitting in Liberty's room, in Jeff Riddle's room, in Craig's room, all whining, saying, we need to do something. We need to organize. We need to make a statement. You know what? If you want to make a statement, the biggest visual statement you can make, and the cheapest, and the easiest for those lazy MFs that won't get off the couch, is go out and clean out every dollar store and fabric store of yellow ribbon and tie it to every tree, lamppost, mailbox until they all come home.
I agree.
And then on Flag Day, you get an American flag and you get an impeach flashbang flag and you post them side by side on your porch, on your lawn, on your boulevard, in every city, in every town, from coast to coast. You don't have to go to the Capitol and get in trouble. Doesn't cost you but the time to get off your ass and go to the store and buy it.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to get arrested for it, but it's going to make a huge visual statement if you do it from coast to coast. And that's the easiest way to make an impact for those lazy that won't get off their butt. And if they
Uh,
can't do those two simple things, then they aren't going to do shit, and they need to shut that up. Because if they can't do simple stuff like that, they aren't going to do anything else, no matter how much they whine. Those are the two
okay.
easiest things. You can make the biggest statement coast to coast, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. It's not aggressive. The yellow ribbon is a standard that's been in place forever.
Yep.
You hang them on everything until every military personnel comes home.
Yeah, look, they were everywhere after we went into the Middle East after 9/11.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
if you look at what that was all based on, the people were doing it for the right reasons, but we were there for all the wrong ones. And we
right?
know who put us there.
Yep, yep.
So all
No,
these
I
people that
I
just for the
agree with
last
you.
I've been listening to these people whine, Charlie, for 2 weeks. And if they can't do those two simple things, they aren't going to do shit. And they need to shut up.
Well,
Why aren't
here's
why aren't Americans marching down the street by the hundreds of thousands in every single city?
one
Not
word.
in the
One
not in
word.
the capital. Not in the
One
capital.
word. One word.
Fear.
Fear.
Well, they need to grow the fuck up. I'm sorry. Because
Yep.
fear time is over. The rest of the world is already gone. The only
Well,
last standard is the United States, and they just are not getting it. They think the sleepy ones think this is just happening to America. And they need to look around the world and see who's already suffering at unbelievable lengths, and they're all praying for these sleepy Americans to wake up. Not you guys, the ones that think that this is no big
well,
deal.
no,
It's
you
the
know what?
same old, same old.
Actually, we are all, every one of us, are all guilty of that.
Yeah. But then
Every one of us.
there's the group that's woke up, and there's
Mhm.
the group that's just content to believe
On
that,
being
oh,
asleep.
it's the same old, same old, same old.
Exactly.
This
It's just
isn't
the
the same old.
politicians doing what politicians do, blah, blah, blah. They don't pay attention to it. They don't want to talk about it or hear
And that
about it.
and
We'll
that's
just
why they haven't
we'll just vote them out.
and that's why they haven't noticed that the rest of the world is already gone. And if the sleepy people
Well,
in
that's because they pay attention
America,
to mainstream news, and mainstream news doesn't report it.
yeah, that's right.
And they're too asleep to go out and take a look for themselves,
Exactly.
or they're too ignorant to go out and look for themselves. I'm not trying to be mean when I say this. I don't mean to be mean to anyone, but a lot of the people that I see in the chat rooms, a lot of the comments that are getting posted are people that are scared shitless.
Yeah.
And
want something to happen.
Well, some of them don't even know that something needs to happen. All they know is that they're scared because they see a few things going on, but they don't see the whole picture. And
there's also a percentage of people that are unable to do things and need others to do it for them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I said, if they're those people that are scared, if they don't want to step forward, the simple, most basic contribution that they can do is tie those ribbons and post those flags nationwide.
Yeah.
My
Nationwide.
desk is upside down outside too, and it has been since the election.
even after you do that though, with the yellow ribbons and all of that, those are really great patriotic signs that we all
Those
should be doing right now,
they're a
just to
passive way,
support our military.
but they're a passive way for the people who are scared to do something. And if it's done nationwide, it can't be ignored. It can't be taken down. There's too many. How are you going to go down and take out 397 million flags?
They just keep it to a minimum. Well, it's not that you're going to go take them down. They just won't report anything about it.
It doesn't matter. There's enough people on outside of the mainstream media that are now starting to record this stuff and spread it.
Well, yeah, but you got to understand that movement is just getting started, and the mainstream media, amongst those that are still asleep, have been building their narrative much longer than us trying to fight against it.
But here's the thing. If these sleepy people start seeing all these flags and ribbons popping up all around them,
they ask questions.
They're going to start asking questions. And if there's so many people that are scared or living in fear, this is the simplest way for them to make a statement if it's done nationwide. Just saying, if people don't, it's great to say, well, if we do this, if we do that. It can't be if. There's no more if. You have to start there. Everybody get out, do those two basic things. It's the cheapest, the most passive way to make a statement. Once those two things are done, then you can move on and start selectively delegating your dollars away from the corporations. That's the next thing. Then you take their money away from them. That's another way that they can't control you. But you can make a statement to them in their pocketbook. But you first do the easiest thing. You don't talk about if or when. That time is gone. Everybody needs to start there with the basics. That's the easiest thing to do. Take you half a day to go out and buy the stuff, do it, put them out, move on to the next thing. If there's enough of them out there, those people asleep, they're going to start asking questions. What's going on? Why are all these flags and ribbons going up? And they aren't going to find the answers on mainstream media, so they're going to have to look somewhere else. Just saying. I just think too many people don't realize they don't have any more time for if or when. It has to be now. If and when is gone. If people don't soon start doing something, and I get the number that are asleep or that are scared, but those are the first two things that are the easiest, the cheapest. It won't interfere. They're not going to draw attention to themselves when they're buying it. And when people start putting them up all around these people that are asleep, they're going to ask questions. And they won't find the answers on mainstream media, so they're going to have to look elsewhere. See, I need to shut up.
No, I'm sorry. I had my mic muted because I was checking in for the hour.
No, see, my mouth goes, and then I shouldn't.
No, because this is an important topic. Seriously, it is. It's an important topic, and that's why I asked you to come up and talk about it.
Well, I've calmed down a lot, Charlie. I was pretty hot on the other channel.
I agree with you in what you're saying. I mean, it is something that is extremely simple. You're out there shopping anyway. You might as well stop at the craft store or the crafting aisle at the supermarket or whatever and pick up some yellow ribbon.
I mean, if you were going to go
and just go make your own ribbons and put them out, or go wrap a yellow ribbon around a tree.
If you're going to go out and buy your kid a video game, put that money put that money towards a ribbon and 2 flags, because that's going to do more for your kid than any video game.
Yep, teach your kids how to be patriotic rather than feeding
And teach
the
them
corporate
teach
entities.
them what's going on. Because
Yes,
like I
Monty
said,
Finger.
I said to Bart earlier, I've got 2 teens that have been so asleep, and I've been trying to wake them up for over 3 years. Just to the regular stuff. And then when this hit, I've been trying since last February. Before I pulled them out of school last March. And they're
Wow.
just dead asleep. Every 5 minutes, did you shut the internet off? No.
You ready?
You need to look at what's going on around you. Couldn't wake them up. And I was telling Bart the other day, that video is going to wake a lot of people up. But I knew if I showed it to my kids, it would have pushed them the other way. But someone else, one of the teens, showed it to one of my teens. And it was like a light bulb was flipped on at 100 watts. And he came running to me, Mom, did you see this video? And I said, well, yes, I fucking did. And I'm glad that you have. Thank God.
It's about damn time.
And he looked at me and he goes, this is unreal. I said, Nathan, what do you think I have been trying to tell you for the last year and a half? And he just looked at me and goes, this is really scary. And I'm like, glad you're awake now. Thank you very much.
Mom's not so dang crazy, is she?
Oh, no. I was the tinfoil loop right when they were first in school. No, they're not allowed to play those games. No, they're not allowed to have that. No, they're not allowed to have that. Well, why not? I said, because it's inappropriate. There's a lot of bad stuff in there, and children their age should not be exposed to that. Oh, well, you're just being mean. I said, you do what you want. I do what I want. I'm doing what I can to keep my kids safe. That's it.
All right. You ready?
Anybody else got a comment?
All right. Hurricane Ida ravaging Louisiana with catastrophic winds as 450,000 lose power.
Wow.
Gas prices.
Oh my God.
Gas prices to rise as Hurricane Ida shuts down 95% of Gulf oil's production. That's on breaking news.
Gas prices are going to hit $10 a gallon in California.
There's over 1 million without power.
I hope Craig says screw it and gets out of there.
Well, this was just a while ago when I just checked, BB. I was just.
Oh.
Yeah, it was at 9:30. Sorry.
I hope that Craig says screw it and gets out of there. Huh?
Does anyone in here in this chat or anyone have Craig's number? At least send a text, please.
Jeff Riddle has it.
Yeah, but he ain't gonna be up for. He's working.
Oh, dude, believe me, Mike and Jeff Riddle and
they're all
checking and everybody, they're on top of that shit.
Yeah,
I know, but we last talked to Mike on Ken's show just 3-4 hours ago. I'm just saying, I just would like to hear from him.
I doubt he probably doesn't have any communications right now.
Oh, I doubt it.
You know, if power is out, then cell phones are out.
They're showing pictures
out.
of Fort Fortune, Louisiana, and it is tore up.
I didn't see Craig Jacob in any of the chats tonight either, and he's down there.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that are missing tonight that are down in that area.
They're saying that there's a lot of people that are trapped in the water, the floods.
I'm not surprised.
They knew ahead of time.
This has the potential to be another, Katrina or what was it, Harvey?
Someone said this is Katrina on steroids.
Yep.
Well,
I heard that.
I watched the latest. It was the latest at 5 p.m. yesterday. And when it showed it shifting towards Craig, my stomach just sank. And then they predicted that the storm surge for this storm is going to be unprecedented at a level never recorded before. And
Oh,
when
They
they
were
said,
estimating over 12 feet.
yeah,
Yep.
and when they said that, I just prayed that Craig said screw it and get out, because all he needs to do is remember that in Katrina he did evacuate, and
Yep.
when he came home there were 7 feet levels in his home.
Well, this time he stayed put.
And he's saying he's got an axe in the attic, he said. I said, listen, if an axe or a 12 gauge in your attic is your escape to get out of your home that's surrounded by water, you've lost everything anyways. Why the hell are you putting your life at risk?
Right.
He's a battery charged sawzall, man.
And I gotta
Well,
say this real.
that's not
I
her
gotta.
point. Her point is why are you staying if you're eventually going to lose all that to water damage anyway?
Exactly.
If you're
And
gonna
then,
be you're gonna be needing to cut a
Oh,
hole through your roof to get out to safety, then you've
Right.
lost everything. Why the hell did you stay?
And now they
exactly.
got tornado warnings north on Lake Pontchartrain right now.
And they're saying
Ah.
that this storm surge is supposed to be unprecedented at a level never recorded before.
And this is a man-made storm.
He's
Yeah.
on the is he on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain?
All I know is
He's on the east
he's
side.
across the lake from New Orleans is all he said
Oh,
today.
yeah, there's all tornado warnings over in that area right now.
Lake Pontchartrain is south of him, he said, about 2 or 3 hours.
That's
If
where
I
he
remember
used to live. That's where he used to live. Now
he used
he's-
to live down more south, I thought.
Yeah, because
But
east of New Orleans is the one that's getting hit hardest right now.
Yeah, and he's when he said we're east, and then they showed it the track shifting east. I went, oh no.
They
And
showed
I gotta
they
say
showed a
this real quick.
sheriff's.
Let me interrupt you real quick. Dragonfly,
Yeah.
I've been a Pepsi lover my entire life. Never drank Coke, can't stand it. The taste is disgusting, but I gotta tell you, you need to look up Pepsi. I've not been able to live without Pepsi my entire life, but I won't drink it no more.
I just actually opened one. I don't drink soda.
Well, you don't
but
want to
tonight,
drink that
for
one no
some
more.
reason, I just had one.
You don't want to drink that one no more, darling. You need to look it up.
This is my favorite thing to drink in the world. And I'll tell you, sometimes I wonder about those 23 flavors.
Yeah. No, I was always into Sundrop because that's a local soda that they make right here. But
that stuff is gross.
I haven't had that.
You know,
I haven't
that's
had
what I used to
Sundrop.
choose. But I hardly ever touch soda at all anymore.
Well, I've been a Pepsi lover my entire life, and I won't drink it no more. Not after I know what's in it. Same with any yogurt with red dye. No, thank you. No.
Well, that could
the red
go for
dye
just
is
about
gross.
anything with red dye, not just the
Yeah.
yogurt.
Oh, I know. Yeah, if it's got red
my
dye in it,
raccoon
I ain't
family is
drinking it
back.
no more.
Yeah, I know about the red dye.
That's freaking disgusting. And they list the name right on the Yoplait yogurt, and if you go and look it up in the dictionary, you just freaking vomit when you find out what it is. And they fucking write it. Sorry, they write it right on the container. What it is. All you have to do is get a dictionary. That's how easy it is for you sleepy people. Just pick up a dictionary and look up the word. Starts with a C.
Yep.
Oh, I'm way more awake than people think. I've been doing this stuff for years.
I see you, Monty.
I quit shopping at Walmart a long time ago. And I don't do any of the ordering online or anything like that. I shop local. I'll pay more for a washer and dryer shopping local, but my idea on it is you gotta support your own community, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you're not actually paying more because you're not having to pay all the extra stuff that you would to go get the other cheap crap.
Well, and
True.
to the little place that's in town where I live, they will service the stuff, you know?
Yeah. And that's what I said. Everybody's like, "Oh, the supply chain, the supply chain." The supply chain is like that because for 3 or 4 decades, they've systematically been removing all manufacturing from Canada and the United States.
Yep.
Our manufacturing has been sold out for the last 20 years. They just keep taking it away. Every industry gone.
They've made it real hard to buy
Mexico or
American.
China.
They've made it really hard to buy American.
Yeah, here too. And like I live in a little town, like little. And they had an industrial lot marked off, with all the stakes and everything on the outside of town for industrial thing and all the pieces properties for sale. In the last 6 years, only one place has been built there, and it is a chemical plant. And the rest of the lots in that industrial park were bought by a Chinese company.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and they've not been built on, but they are owned by one of those companies. And the only one that has been built on is a chemical plant. Oh, guess what happened? This is fishy. Guess what happened 35 minutes from me yesterday?
What?
A Subway restaurant in the center of downtown Wheatley, Ontario, blew up.
Whoa.
I mean, blew the main street wide open.
Wow.
85 years to the day that another gas leak blew something up on the main drag. 85 years to the day.
Holy cow.
And the explosion was so big that it blew people's doors open 10 miles away.
Our master has left the building.
Train wreck number 1.
That's what happens when you drink Dr. Pepper.
No, actually, if I do drink soda, now it's usually A&W root beer, right from A&W.
Yeah, because that's made from sarsaparilla, like homemade kind of stuff. I don't believe they have any artificial flavorings in there, but I haven't checked, so don't quote me.
Yeah, and it's caffeine free.
Yeah. The only problem is I can't stand the flavor of it. It's too sweet for me. It's too sweet for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get away from the sugars. I've told a few other people, I took myself off from every medication they had me on. I had fibromyalgia, or they say I have fibromyalgia. I was having so much cramping and everything in my muscles, and my legs were so restless. And I was like, I take so many freaking pills that I could rattle like a baby rattle when I walk.
That's what I said about my dad. They used to have him on so many pills he rattled when he walked.
Well, I took myself off everything, and I don't have fibromyalgia anymore. Is that funny? I haven't had.
But what were you taking? Cramp. What were you taking beforehand?
I was on two different things for antidepressants.
Oh, okay. So the fibromyalgia.
Wow, it kept you all in here.
Yeah.
It was probably a side effect of the other medications.
Well, they had me on gabapentin. They had me on a blood pressure medication. They had me on a thyroid medication. I had bottles lined up. It was hard to keep them straight. But I just one day I was just like, when all this stuff started going down and I started digging into the rabbit holes, I'm like, nope, no pharmaceuticals. If I'm going natural. And
Well, see, my
I haven't
body's
had high blood pressure or nothing.
my body's naturally been against chemical prescription type stuffs pretty much my whole life. Like I think there's 19 antibiotics that have no effect on me. I'm allergic to sulfa. I'm allergic to penicillin, and I've almost died from 2 surgical infections. So I avoid all that stuff at, like the plague.
Yep. I won't
So
even go to the doctor anymore.
yeah, so when I was diagnosed in November of 2018, before the guy could even finish what he was saying, and my mouth was already spitting out no, and he just looked at me and he goes, "What do you mean no?" And I went, "No, I'm not putting that shit in my body." I said, "That's poison." Oh, this. I said, "You can give me every long-winded excuse you want. There is no way you will convince me that putting poison in my body is going to heal what's wrong. Because not only does it target what is ailing you, it targets everything."
Mm-hmm.
And well, then there's no, forget it. I said, if you think you're burning down there, you got another thing coming.
My roommate I have been in the emergency room with her. They can put that lidocaine in her to give her stitches. It doesn't work on her. And that's the only thing that she can have. Any anesthesia or anything else, painkillers, she can't take them. She's allergic to everything. So she sits there and bites on a washcloth and squeezes my hand. She has had 7 back surgeries. They cut the tendon in her hip because she was having hip problems, and it was so tight that you heard this big bang, and I thought somebody dropped like a tray or something in the operating room because I was right outside of it.
It was her hip popping.
It was that tight. That was the tendon they cut. She had a super tight tendon, and
wow.
She bites on washcloth. She just tells them, "Hurry, hurry, hurry," and be as quick as you can. The doctors sweat, and she's supposed to get one of those what is it, like a stem thing or whatever. She was okayed for that surgery where they put that thing, the probes in the back of your neck, and then they wire it in, and it's a some kind of a box or whatever that controls it inside your body as a painkiller. And they okayed her for that. She had to go through all this testing and psychological testing and everything else. She jumped through all the hoops to get it, but the doctor's afraid to do surgery on her because she can't go under anesthesia. She used to be a veterinarian. She has primary progressive multiple sclerosis, and when she was a vet, she almost got kicked through a barn wall because when you're calving a cow, the other person's supposed to bite the ear and keep the focus up on the other end of the cow. Well, that person wasn't doing their job, and she got kicked. So she's got metal in her all over the place, in her legs, in her hands, her wrist. She she sets off the alarms when you go like into the courthouse and stuff like that. She sets off alarms.
Hey, Dragon.
Yeah.
Have you looked into I think it's called the medical mineral solution? I don't want to use the initials because it'll trigger something. But if you look up a book by Jim Humble with, I believe it says medical mineral solution. I'm not going to say an acronym because that'll trigger shit. I think you'll find that interesting, both for you and for your friend.
You can call it what it is.
I don't want Charlie.
I'm
it's
not
a
worried.
trigger.
I'm not worried about it.
They've been pulling people down who've been promoting and selling this for over 5 years.
Oh
The hydro thing?
no, they don't really mess with it too much anymore. And
The
not only
the
that, but
chemical.
what you're talking about, you're talking about the Rick Simpson oil.
No, no, I'm talking about chlorine dioxide.
Oh, for the hydroxy.
Chloroquine?
Yeah.
Nope. Look up MMS. Okay. If you get pulled, I'm sorry for saying it.
It's all right. I got it. I wrote it.
Okay. It's by Jim Humboldt.
I got it written down.
You may find it very beneficial for you and for your friend.
Cool.
So, when I was diagnosed in 2018, I immediately came home, went to my guru girl here at the wellness store, and I said, okay, let's make a plan. And her and I started building a natural way to fight this. And part of what I just told you there has been part of my regime right from the beginning. And
Yeah.
I've been working at this for 2.5 years, almost 3 in November. And that's why a lot of the times I don't make it into the chats, but I try even just to listen because it helps me get through some of the tough times. But there's times when I'm in so much pain, I can't even focus. I can't think. I can't hear what's going on. And I believe the last 2 weeks have been the worst out of the almost 3 years. But I added DMSO in the last month. And everybody's saying, well, if that's what's doing it, you need to stop. And I'm like, no, I don't. Because I've been working at this for 3.5 years. Well, for 2.5 years, almost 3. And I'm now to the stage where it's actually getting at the stuff that's packed hard on my intestine inside, that's stopping my intestine from absorbing stuff. That's one part of the contributing factor to why I got the tumors. And I learned all this through research. I hit the books. As soon as I got home, I started researching. I've been doing everything natural since. And this last 3 weeks has been unfreaking believable.
Hang on a
I
second,
wonder if that's one of
Canadian.
them
Hang
that
on a second. Don, you going to take off?
Yeah, I just want to interject one thing to the ladies. Something that you may want to look into is, yeah, I'm about dead, but excuse me, alkaline water.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
There's, in fact, I used to be a dealer for a company. I'm not even going to mention it, and the shit works. But there's like a store right down the street. Get a 5-gallon deal, and it's $1.50 a gallon. And if you drink alkalinized water, in fact, theirs is up to 9.5. Usually 7.5 is fine, but if you buy a big one, the alkalinity reduces over time after about 7 to 10 days. I highly recommend you drink alkalized water at least 7.4. But if you have one of those little stores like we have down the street, I highly recommend you drink that. I think that's going to help you even more because it absolutely absorbs into your bloodstream way better than the crap that you drink out of your faucet, or even if you have a filter in your refrigerator.
Right. Well, if you get your pH level high enough,
Yes.
then disease can't exist.
Thank you.
That's right. Yep.
And we don't have any of those stores here that sell that, but we make like you can make your own. There's ways to make your own. So
I know. I'm just saying. Just wanted to say that before I cut out. And love y'all. And
love you too, Don. Have a good night.
Have a great night. And take care of yourselves. And we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
All right. Good night,
Thank
Don.
you, Don. Thank you for
Have a good
coming
one,
up in the
Don.
room and sharing with us tonight. Love you, brother.
I'm a
And
bit
you're
crazy.
welcome up here anytime. You come in the room, the link's in the chat. You can always come up.
Thank you. All right. Love you. Bye.
Bye, Don.
All right. Sleep well. I tell you guys, I've been hearing a lot of people say it over these past few days, but I just want to say it again. I love this community of people.
Right?
Every last one of you. I mean, you're all just unbelievable.
Well, it's like I
You know what I
said,
mean?
when I have really bad days and I can't function, listening to you guys on one of the channels, Jeff
Mhm.
Riddle, Craig, Liberty, Travis, any of those, that's what gets me through. Even if I can just hear my family and hear what's going on.
Yep.
Because when I got diagnosed, I found out who my friends were. Just like Mr. T said, when you go bankrupt, you find out who your friends are.
Yep.
And the people who swore they had my back when I needed them, and it wasn't even anything major. I mean, before I got sick, these people could text me. I'd be in the middle of getting ready to go fishing or whatever, and they'd be, "Oh, I need help with this or whatever," and I'd drop everything and go help them. Didn't matter what it was. And when it come down to the point where things started getting serious as far as the detox, and I needed some help, I mean, I pushed myself for the first year and a half through it, and I shouldn't have because it delayed things. But when I needed the help, and I texted them and said, "Listen, I don't need you to do my shopping for me. All I need you to do is grab one or two of my teenagers, take them down to the store, sit in the parking lot, wait till they get the groceries, bring them home." "Oh, man, I'd love to, but I have a tattoo later." I'm like, "For real? Are you freaking kidding me?" I would drop everything for you for anything you needed, and all I need you to do is drive my kids to the grocery store and bring them home, and you can't be bothered. Wow.
Wow.
So when I said I'm alone here, I'm alone here. My sister's out in Edmonton. I have one girl here. Okay, this will break your heart. She's my best friend. She's been helping people heal from cancer for over 30 years with cannabis. She fought in court to get the higher THC levels as a producer because she makes her own for her own medical conditions. And she fought in 2 years to get the license for the higher level. Okay. She doesn't believe in vacations. She doesn't believe in any of this crap that they're pushing. However, her love for her kids clouded her judgment. And about, I'm going to say 4 months ago, she woke up one morning with a sore lymph node. Okay. I used to get them all the time. You got an infection, your system's overloaded, you got to help your system so that it can flush it out. But no, immediately they did a biopsy. I said, now why the F would they do a biopsy when they could just remove the entire lymph node and then do the biopsy later instead of leaving it open to air?
They
No.
knew it would spread.
Right. So immediately they say, "Oh, you got cancer. We got to treat this with radiation and chemo." She's dead against that. She's been treating people with cannabis for 30 years. But her kids, who are living in fear, pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed until she agreed. And then when she agreed, they told her, "Oh, we can't do this for you until you take the vacation." Okay? So she's fighting all those battles at once against everything that she believes in because her kids are living in fear.
When have you ever heard of a vacation that had to be pushed in this manner, in all the different ways that they're doing this?
Never.
My roommate has stage 2 cancer in a lung, and she refuses to get treatment. She refuses to have biopsy or anything like that done. And she says, I'll wait for the med bed. Doctor said, what are you talking about? So he looked it up. And he says, wow, that's the first I heard of that.
Well, if you weren't, listening to the establishment, you might know something.
Right. If you
That's
quit
after
taking
she
those
refuses
$400 checks
everything.
for jabbing
Right.
somebody in the arm,
And for writing prescriptions.
right?
Well, where I'm at, the doctor that we were seeing, the both of us were seeing, had started his own practice and ended up selling out and leaving when all this stuff started with, you know what I'm talking about. And I figured because he was a good community man and really wanted to help people, he knew what was coming and he left. Well, so did a lot of the other doctors. So now it's all these strange people at this doctor's office, and you're getting pushed from one to the other, and you never even get a chance to get established with one before they're having you see somebody else. And they're all young. None of them are older or anything like that.
And they've all been schooled in the University of Communism.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
Every last one.
And so here's another interesting fun fact. I knew when I took this road, and I've told many people this, that I knew it was going to be the hardest road, but it was the only chance to heal properly. So when they did the biopsies, 2 out of the 3 have never closed. But I say that that's probably my saving grace, because that's what's allowing the toxins to drain. But it also makes it really difficult when all the internal toxins are coming out, because they go right past all the biopsies as well. And anybody tells you that your heart or your lungs or your brain is the most important part of your body is lying to you, because the boss of your body is the asshole. And I'm telling you, that is the boss.
Yep.
And anybody who wants to argue it, I'll take them up on it, because I've been having this argument with mine for 3 years.
Nope, you're absolutely right.
And 5 people from my kids' other side of the family, from my ex's family, have all been diagnosed after I was. And they all chose Western medicine. And every single one of them was gone 9 months or less from their diagnosis.
Wow.
That's 5 of them gone in the time since I was diagnosed. So I tried to come
swears by the medicine doctors. The medicine men.
We're getting some kind of a feedback. Oh, is that your fan, Canadian?
I don't know.
Do you have your fan on?
Yeah.
That's probably what I'm hearing. It sounds like a wind noise.
Okay, I'll hit my mic.
Well, no, you're okay. I just was wondering where it was coming from.
Oh, I can't get up and shut it off because it gets too hot in here.
Well, I love talking with you guys tonight. Thank you, Charlie, and everybody. I'm gonna run out of the stream right now. I'll probably watch you guys for a while, but it's 3:30 in the morning where I'm at, and I haven't slept in over 24 hours, so I think I'm gonna go lay down.
Well, you sleep with the angels, get plenty of rest. I've only got about another hour to run tonight before I go off duty. So
I sleep with fists. I have slept with fists as long as I can remember, and my roommate won't even like go in there and bump the bed to try to wake me up because things fly and stuff like that.
Miss Bella, you're the shy one? Really?
Ah. Well, you guys take care. God bless you guys. Thank you very
Good night.
much.
good
Good night.
Good
night.
night.
Good night, Dragon.
Nice talking with you.
Yep,
Trouble.
Nice
Night.
talking with you. Thank you for coming up and keeping me company.
Oh yeah, you're welcome.
Have a great night. Oh, you're being awful quiet over there, Bart.
I'm listening. You can gather a lot of information when you just listen.
Yep. Yep. The Captain Finger kept saying that, how quiet I was over on Gigi's show, and that's exactly what I was trying to tell him. Is I just sit back and listen. You gotta be careful for the quiet ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, because eventually, when they're quiet, then they come on the mic like they did at Travis's, and they lose it.
Sometimes. Sometimes.
Well, I've only
Other-
done it. I've only done it once that I can recall, or that I'll admit to.
Well, you can come here and speak your mind anytime.
Shane thought Canadian Patriot and Gigi were the same person.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was funny.
Nope, but my hair is the same color, auburn. It's a British thing. Both my parents were British.
I like that color.
I had, when I was like probably in my 20s, and I was out somewhere with my mom, maybe even at like a hairdresser's or something. She was getting her hair done.
Hang on, Canadian. Shane, you going to bed?
I can't see the chat.
Well, first, we got this one. Can you see that?
I have to wait till it gets up on my screen. Hang on.
Oh, okay. I'll read it. It says, haha, I thought Canadian Patriot and Gigi was same person. Haha.
Nope.
Nope,
In
not
fact,
even close.
In fact, I think I started my channel before Gigi did, because I started it the night they took Travis out while you guys were talking about rescue dogs.
Yeah.
She started her channel 2 days before I was on your channel.
Yeah. See, we had our train wreck set up like a week and a half or 2 weeks before that, but my room was sitting in the dust for 8 months because I couldn't figure out how to get it going. I just wanted to have a late night thing where people could sit and relax and talk, and I couldn't figure out how to start it. So when they took Travis out for talking about rescue dogs, that was a perfect opportunity to figure it out. And that way, if anybody gets taken down, all they have to do is give me their stuff, and if someone tells me how to do it, I'll put them on as an admin on my page. And then if their stream goes down, they can just go fire it up and run from there. There's ways to beat FluffTube.
Yes, there are. Just got to be smart enough. Where'd you go now, Monty?
You think he fell asleep?
He's constantly dropping out, popping in, dropping out, popping in.
That's what Travis said. You've been in here 70 times.
Oh, shame. Shane saying, just saying good sorry, I mean good night, Gigi.
Okay, well, we can still be friends, Shane. We can still be friends. You have a good night, sweet sleep, and pleasant dreams.
Shane, this is Canadian Patriot. This is not Gigi. Two different people, buddy.
But we can still be friends. Just get the name right.
Carol King, status please. Carol King, support. Carol King, Chula Vista, status please.
Charlie. No, I am not Canadian Patriot.
I am Canadian Patriot, Shane. I am not Gigi.
Can somebody drop the link for Monty? I can't. I don't have my laptop up.
Yeah, I can do it.
Copy, Broadway Marina, status please.
Just give me a second here.
Copy, Marina, Black Mountain, status please. Black Mountain.
I dropped it.
Oh,
Copy, Black
Thank
Mountain,
you.
Copy, status please.
I beat you to it, Bart.
you did.
Did you? I see BB's post. Oh, yep, you did.
Fast finger. I'm working on trying to catch up to Diamond Lil because
She's
that girl
fast.
is fast.
Yeah, she's massively fast.
She has a trigger finger.
Sorry, guys, I'm doing check-in right now.
You're good.
No worries. Yeah, Bart, that made me feel awesome when he came and showed me that. Like,
Oh, I
I
bet.
didn't want to get too excited in front of him, but my insides were going, yes, yes.
Finally.
Yeah. It was like the look on his face. It was like, right on. He finally gets it.
Charlie, you see my name down there in chat?
Where in chat?
The one that's not blue.
And
The one that's not blue?
Yeah.
What the hell? I modded you earlier.
Don't ask me.
What
I don't know what
did
happened.
you do? You did something. Let's see. Let's turn.
I barely touched my phone a while ago and it booted me all the way out.
Let's see. Turn that back on. Okay. See what I'm going through for you, man? I'm
I know. I appreciate it.
bringing this back up for you. You know, you make me go through all this hard work. Let's see.
I'm not either
Channel.
underneath my other account, Bella, even though I got 4 others. Because of Travis. The night that oh, Brenda, I was getting ready to ask you a question. She up and RUNNOFT'd.
Canadian, where'd you go?
I think she flew back north.
Okay, so let's see. Monty. Now, how the hell is that? Now, Anne Marie isn't. Okay, so now she is.
I will give it to Bella. She knows how to spell my name right. Okay. Be right back, she said. Canadian.
Oh, okay.
Wonder if Canadian people go out for Canadian pizza, Canadian bacon pizza very often.
I don't know. I'll tell you what, I love Canadian bacon, though.
So do I. But from what I had up there, it's different.
It's slightly different.
Inquiring minds want to know.
There are some stores you can go to where you can get actual Canadian bacon. Okay, yeah, looks like I got everybody else too, so.
Bella.
Let's see. Take off. Great White North. Take off. Does anyone? There's a question on the screen.
No, I remember North to Alaska though by Johnny Horton. Going to Alaska.
Yeah, I have no clue on that one.
Huh.
No clue. Okay, Bella. I thought you were going to bed, Shane.
It's 18 hours. It's 17 or 18 hours there.
Where's Shane? England?
No,
London?
Melbourne, Australia. Yeah.
Oh. Good eye, Mike.
No, I ain't gonna bite her. Those poor shrimps being put on the Barbies.
Oh, now you're making me hungry. I love me some shrimpies on the Barbies.
Imagine all the shrimp and crawfish and everything coming up right, flying them through through downtown New Orleans right now. I'm trying to make light of the situation, people. I'm really worried. I am worried about all the people down there. So
yeah, I've been watching it here on the Weather Channel.
Just because I crack a joke every once in a while, it's not meaning I'm heartless. I'm just trying not to be stressed the hell out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I heard that. I heard that. It's a scary thing when you got people you care about in places like that right now.
Austria, Asia. Oh, that's not Australian enough? That to sound inbred, then that sounds bad. Oh yeah. So little ankle biter ain't right?
Is that directed at Monty or at me? You didn't like my g'day, mate?
Good eye, mate. He does a Texas accent. It cracks me up. I'm in Austin.
Hmm.
You're into your check-in every 20 minutes, huh?
Yeah, at 1 o'clock it goes to 20-minute check-ins up until 4, but I'm off at 3.
Hell, it's almost 4
So
o'clock here.
it's 10
You're off
minutes to
duty.
2 right now, so I
It's
got another hour.
It's almost 5 o'clock here.
What time do you normally go to bed, BB?
Yeah, usually around 5 or 6.
And you go
Around
back
this
to work
time.
when?
Tuesday night.
No, I mean
Oh.
like on your normal schedule.
When do I what?
When do you start work on your normal schedule?
Oh,
What time?
well, my start time is 4 o'clock, but if the day driver comes back like 2:30, 3 o'clock, I'll start then. So then I can get done. Lately it's just been I've been starting right before 3 o'clock, and I've been getting done midnight, 1 o'clock.
Hmm.
It's usually 12-hour shifts, but and that's we used to get load pay. Now we're on hourly, but load pay, I'd get my work done in about 8 hours and make my money for the night and go home. Now you kind of got to drag it out.
Well, that makes for a rough life, man, running those kinds of hours.
There's been nights I made in 8.5 hours. I made like $430 in 8.5 hours. So it's like, that's not bad.
No, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, you can't make that. You can make that one night now if you're on overtime. Usually I hit overtime. Our pay period goes from, this is going to sound weird to you, but Tuesday night at midnight to the following Tuesday night at midnight.
That doesn't sound weird. A lot of security companies pay the same way.
So I usually hit overtime usually by Saturday. So Saturday and Tuesdays are all overtime for me.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Yeah, I don't know. I won't get a ton of overtime because we're on a 410 policy.
Oh.
So, like working the 12-hour shift yesterday, you got to cut an hour of that out for lunch because it's a 1-hour unpaid lunch.
Oh,
but that means if I need to or want to, I can actually leave here and go get food or whatever on my lunch and come back. So that's cool. But shit, I forgot where I was even going with that. It must be getting close to time off.
Yeah, we get when we take since see with DOT, if it rules, you're supposed to in an 8-hour period, you're supposed to have a half-hour break. But
Right.
since we're hazmat, we don't have to legally take a half-hour break. So, but we still can, and we still get paid for it. So, if you're like on my Fridays, usually I won't take a break because I want to get done.
No.
I just want to be done. But like during the week, and they don't mind if you need to stop somewhere or whatever. They don't. It's laid back on that.
Yep. Good night, Anna Marie. Sleep with the angels. I remember where I was going with it. Yeah, I was talking about the overtime. So it was a 12-hour day, but you knock an hour off for lunch, so that's an 11-hour day. But we have a 10-hour day 410 policy, so that means I only get 1 hour of overtime for a 12-hour day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 1 hour. So, and then today's a 9-hour day, but you knock off an hour for lunch, so I only get paid for 8 hours. So that's the only thing about the 410 policy. You lose money on overtime.
Yeah. See, and I don't. The thing about overtime is, I try not to go over 55 hours because you hit over 55, between 55 and 60 hours, you start hitting that higher tax bracket, and they'll
Right.
take. You're basically only making. You're making shit in overtime then because it's all going to taxes.
Yep.
So yeah, that if you work that fifth day, you're only making a minimum amount. It's like $2 an hour because it all goes to taxes. So I try not to do that, and plus I don't need to work over 50. I used to put in 70 hours a week. That's all you could put in. I used to do that all the time. I used to work 6 days for 3 days. For 3 years straight, I worked 6 days a week, 12-hour days. And I ain't doing that no more.
Yeah, when I was doing full-time private investigations at Cheaters, I was doing roughly 20 hours a day, and that was 7 days a week. And there was, even within those extra 4 hours of the day each day, I was usually taking phone calls. So, because I did a lot of work from home.
Right.
So it just depended on, and usually the phone calls were at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning when the show was coming on all across the country. And people pick up the phone, they call 1-800-CHEATERS, and I just laid down in bed after a 20-hour day, and now I'm on the phone for another 2 hours trying to sell cases to people who have no money. So, yeah, I feel your pain on that.
Oh, yeah. When I went down to North Carolina, when the Colonial Pipeline went down and worked, they asked for volunteers, and I volunteered. And
you do mean when the Colonial Pipeline was shut down?
yes, when it was shut down.
Intentionally.
I put, what was it? I was there for exactly 2 weeks. And I put, was it 200 and.
Good night, Miss Blue Moon. Love you. Sleep with the angels.
207 hours in 2 weeks.
Damn.
Yeah. I was literally driving, and then I didn't have a sleeper truck, so I had a day cab. So I was driving. I had to drive back, so I go make a long delivery, and I have to drive all the way back to the hotel. So I was getting about 3.5, 4 hours of sleep a night, and heading back out again. And boy, when that second week came up, I was glad to be back home. I crashed.
Right.
I crashed when I got back home. I crashed for a whole day. They gave me 3 days off after that. So. But man, did Uncle Sam have a heyday with that paycheck?
Oh, shit. I'll be right back. I gotta go open a gate real quick.
All right. Good night, Miss Blue Moon.
Good night, Miss Blue Moon. So Shane, what are you talking about on the first host and the second host?
Oh, when Charlie was on work for Cheaters.
Oh, I never did watch that show. I've seen
seen the
video
advertisements, but I never watched it.
I've seen just a couple video clips, and that was it.
Yeah, I never. I heard my ex and all her friends would always talk about that show, and it's like I never was into it. Man, that hurricane is moving so slow.
A lot of water coming down.
I don't remember where he said which township he lived in.
I thought he said Fort. If you go to one of his videos, the one that was 22 hours ago, I can't. It's Fort Snavenall. I can't pronounce it, man. I really can't. It's one of those names. Fort. He said he was 2 or 3 hours away from north, up above Lake Pontchartrain. So that's from what I gathered.
And they're getting hammered right now.
Yeah, he hasn't updated for over 8 hours. What kind of truck do you have? Holy cow! Sucker looks like
I
a
got
sweeper with a semi.
It's a 2005 Chevy Silverado.
You know, when I sit in one of those things, my head almost touches the ceiling.
How tall are you?
6'7".
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Damn.
I'm
You one
6'3".
tall son of a bitch.
I'm 6'3".
Ceilings
See,
and
that's
doors. Ceilings and
6'3" I
doors.
could see, but 6'7", dude, you're like as tall as Jim Homie Comey.
Ceilings and doorways suck.
Oh, 6. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I totally agree. Showers suck too.
Yeah.
I had to buy a special attachment to raise my shower up because if it's not, it's in the middle of my back.
That's funny. Let's see. I think I can shut the laptop down.
No. Parquet.
I'm watching it in it. The guys on the Weather Channel that go out there in the wind and shit. It's like, what the fuck would you even? I ain't no fucking way. Oops, sorry. There's no way. No way. Also, it would take us one piece of debris and you're gone.
People doing a call for help and naming the what?
The Jabberdoodle.
I'm
Company.
6'3", Bella.
Thank you, Anna Marie.
At my heaviest before I got back into addiction, I was 460 pounds.
Oh, wow.
You were 6'7", 460 pounds.
Yeah.
You were one big boy.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
When I was heavy into my addiction, I got all the way down to 260, 265.
Well, in that respect, I would have to say your addiction probably saved your life.
Kind of. Maybe not.
Well, being that heavy would have killed you much faster than your addiction would have, unless you got a bad dose or something.
Before, that's back when they had me on a bunch of morphine shit because of my back, and I was taking over 150 milligrams a day. And hydrocodone.
Well, but see that's what they do. They give us that shit to get us addicted, so we keep coming back for more, and then they say, "Nope, sorry, we can only give you this many per month."
Yep.
Well, giving me that many per month doesn't do me much good. Am I supposed to pick and choose what days I take it to figure out? Oh, well, maybe next Thursday I'm going to be in more pain than I am today, so I'm going to hold on to this one for that day.
And before the morphine, I was on fentanyl patches.
Damn.
50 mics. 50 mics is how is what the ones I was getting. And they wasn't touching the
BB, can you drop my link again?
Just did.
Yep, sweet. Sweet. BB's on top of it. Oh.
Hey, Bella, I have a sister-in-law. She's 4'11".
That's what borderline midget, ain't it?
Yeah.
Let's be careful about the short terms.
Vertically challenged?
Yes, the vertically challenged. At my tallest, I was 5'5.5", and currently, due to shrinking, I am at 5'2".
See, I'm vertically endowed.
Yeah.
Late night quips.
Yep, that's a good one though. Vertically endowed. I'm horizontally endowed.
No. Bella.
How tall are you, Shane?
I'm gonna say 5'5".
Because I think we're all short compared to
I think
Monty.
he said he was 5'6". That's what he said.
Yeah.
No, that was
Canadian Patriot.
5'7", 5'8", maybe.
Bella's
Somewhere
5'2". Right there with you, sister. Dang. Shane's 5'7", 5'8". That's a decent height, Shane. Oh.
That's why I don't buy cars. I buy an SUV or pickups. I don't buy cars.
Right.
Oh man, I hate getting out of cars.
They even took what was left out of the disc in between the vertebrae out, so I shrunk just a little bit. But if I go to a chiropractor, I'm back up to 6'7" again.
Yay! I made it in.
Yep, you're back.
There you go, Shane. I changed my picture, so now you should be able to tell the difference.
Hi, Gigi.
Monty?
Watch it, Monty.
I may just have to get your address and come and kick your ass.
It's a long drive.
That's okay. I used to drive for a living, remember? 23 years. Used to go to the coast once a week.
Those two posts, they need to be switched around. Shane first and then Bella.
You guys go get a room.
I think it's working, Shane.
Wrong chat room. Wrong chat room.
Oh, I'm pretty sure she's blushing if she's saying I'm going to be quiet now.
Yep. Shane and Bella sitting in the tree.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just kidding, guys. It's fun to see you two going back and forth, though. Shane, Bella needs a good man.
I did hear you talking about bacon earlier. I just had another wave going through, and I just couldn't be here while it was going through. But I did hear you talking about Canadian bacon. And the nice thing about bacon here in Canada is we have both kinds. We have the regular bacon that everybody loves on their burgers, and then we have Canadian pea meal bacon, and that stuff is to die for.
How do you know we have regular bacon like we like in our burgers?
Because I see what everybody puts on their burgers in the States.
I like my thick cut bacon that's applewood smoked. Oh.
But I mean, we have the regular bacon that you see everybody cooking up the strips and strips and strips. We have that, and it's good. We get it, smoked and cured and all different kinds with flavors, without flavors. But then we have our Canadian pea meal bacon.
Now, is that the completely round?
Yeah, and it is yum. A pea meal,
or however you say it.
A pea meal bacon with fried egg and cheese sandwich. Oh yeah.
Oh,
I like my
or a bacon cheeseburger with fried onions and pea meal bacon. Yum.
And American cheese.
Yes.
Okay, you're really making me hungry.
Cheddar.
Cheddar does not
process. It can't be that processed crap.
Cheddar it's gotta be real cheddar.
Yeah, we go through Tim Hortons here, and I ask for a bagel with cheddar, and the girl's about to type it in, and I say, "Make sure it's cheddar and not that processed crap." And the girl goes, "Oh, okay," because they don't offer you that option when you go through. You only get it if you know. If you know and ask, then you can get the real cheddar. But if you don't ask, they don't tell you. They put that processed crap on.
Right.
Tomorrow, if it's not raining.
They lowered it down to a tropical storm now.
Oh,
so it's starting the weekend.
Yeah.
Do you hear my little girl?
Yeah.
That's good news.
She sounds little.
She's downstairs. That's my 135-pound lap dog. And her son is
weakening big time.
Her son is outside, and he's much bigger than her. She is just a little bit upset though about something.
No, it's
just a little bit.
Yeah,
a lot of rain. A lot of rain.
Shane, you're trying too hard, bro.
At least he makes. I mean, he's having a good time. I mean, I love Shane, man. He's making a good time of it. It does suck for him, though.
Yeah,
we feel you.
Is that the puppy?
What time is curfew?
6. I think it's 6 o'clock, isn't it?
No, in Australia.
Yeah.
All right, Shane.
I have no clue. That's why I
Talk to you later,
asked him.
brother.
It's 4 o'clock my time, so tack on 17 hours.
Okay, nice to see you again, Shane, in the second room. Have fun,
So
don't
thank-
get in trouble. And if you do get in trouble, make sure you have fun.
Watch out for the drones.
7 or 8 o'clock.
See you, Shane. Thanks for coming by, brother.
Absolutely, brother.
I'm gonna have to shut this down here pretty quick. My battery's at 21% and my gas gauge is with the yellow light on.
On E for effort.
E for effort with the bright yellow light on.
Yeah, so the effort has to be on your part.
Yeah.
It's 7:18 tomorrow. There.
Dang. And it PM or PM. Wow. All right, man. Hopefully you get everything you need and get back home before all of that. Curfew's at 9.
Be safe, Shane. Love ya. Take care.
Yep. Be
Later,
safe,
Shane.
man.
Be safe, man.
So, I got about 40 minutes left until I'm out of here. Get my paperwork done real quick and go open the second gate. And then at 3, I'm gone.
Got any gnomes running around there? You know what I'm saying?
No, I got raccoons running around.
Never mind.
Trash pandas.
Yep, trash pandas. There's a small trash dumpster right next to where I'm parked, and they were coming, the whole group of them, right over here trying to get into it.
We went up camping. I think it was grade 12. We went up camping in Georgian Bay, and we stayed at one of the national parks up there camping, the whole class, for like a week and a half. Well, the jocks, all the cool kids, they just left their cooler sitting outside their tent and left all their food sitting on the picnic table. So at about 2 o'clock in the morning, we hear this horrific squealing and screaming and scrapping. Look up our tents, and here's these 2 big trash pandas on the picnic table fighting over a bag of chips. And one of them has got his head stuck in the bag, and he can't get out. And he's running around backwards with his bag stuck on his head, and the other one's attacking him. And these suckers had to weigh easy 60 pounds apiece. Easy.
Oh, wow.
They were freaking huge. But then, here's a perfect instance. We were looking up today how to knock out my cat. Because ever since she was spayed, I think they damaged her nerves in her back. If you touch anywhere below the middle of her back, she gets really upset. So
all of my cats are that way.
Well, I think they damaged nerves when they fixed her, because she was okay before that. But here's the thing: she's a Maine Coon, and she's got mats in her hair.
Yeah.
And when you touch those mats, she gets really pissed off.
Yeah, my cats do go through this. I have a Maine Coon,
and then I heard Deanna talking this afternoon about her cat, and I was like, oh my God. So we were investigating how to knock her out safely, because right now I can't afford a vet bill. Otherwise, I'd just take her in and get them to do it. But anyways, we're going to get us some melatonin, and we're going to try and knock her out so that we can shave her. Because after what Deanna found, I was in tears. I thought, oh my God, if that's what she's going through, oh my God. But then when we look up the safe level to give a cat, the safe level that they say to give a cat is based on your average cat weighing between 2 and 6 pounds. She weighs 19.1. So how do I figure out what's a safe level for her? Because she don't fall into the normal cat range.
None of my cats are in the range. All of them are over 12 pounds.
Yeah, she weighs 19.1. You know those plastic totes, like a 30-gallon tote for storage that they sell, it's like a 30-gallon plastic tote with a lid.
Yeah.
That's her favorite sleeping spot. She takes up the entire lid.
Oh.
Oh yeah. I took a picture of her today because the totes, I got them set in front of my TV, about 3 feet in front of my TV, because I'm getting ready to move all my stuff downstairs. So I got the totes about 3 feet in front of my TV. And I took a picture of it because I wanted to show my daughter. And she goes, man, that's huge. She goes, where is she? I go, well, she's only about 3 feet from the TV, and that's a 40-inch TV. I said, the lid of that tote, that's a 30-gallon tote. She goes, what a fat ass. She's massive. But after what I heard Deanna say about her cat, I was about in tears. I said, we got to get her shaved now, right now. Because Deanna has a long-haired cat, and had mats and was getting really pissy when you touch the mats, right? Well, that's the same as this one. She's getting really upset when you touch them. Well, Deanna got her cat shaved, and under every single one of those mats was maggots.
Oh.
Yeah. So now I'm like, I don't care if we have to get, 3 times the melatonin. We'll just do a trial and error. We'll give her the original amount, see how long it takes to knock her out, and see how long she stays asleep. And then if we need to increase it, we'll increase it, because we got to get that off of her. Because if there's maggots under there, that's just unbelievable and cruel. And like, I try brushing her, but she gets really upset when you touch them. And that's why when I heard what Deanna said today, I was like, oh my God. That's just, well, just the thought that's what she might be going through. That's sickening. No, you're not alone, Miss Bella. We love you. Even when your eyes are popping out like that. Yeah, so Shane should be able to tell now that I'm not Gigi. I changed my picture. It's not the frog anymore. It's my favorite pastime.
Oh, it was like Tara telling that other Tara to put like a 1 or something in front of her name so they don't get so chat doesn't get confused.
Yeah, well, they'll find out soon enough which one's the real one.
Oh yeah,
because Terrell kicked their ass. Hey Monty, what's in those drinks? Anything good?
Milkshakes.
Ooh, milkshakes. Mmm. Miss Blue Moon will be upset that you waited till she left to get those out. What do you... Oh, I thought you were waving around something on your finger, Charlie. Never mind.
Man, I hope Craig's all right.
Me
I hope
too.
everybody's all right down there. Isn't there? There's a was that deplorable Louisiana?
Oh, that's pretty. A flower, a fleur on your pin. Sorry, Bart, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Charlie was showing me his pretty flower.
Matches his hard hat.
Yeah. Look at him looking. Well, I never show myself, Miss Bella, because I don't want people to feel sorry for me because of what I'm going through. So once I'm feeling better, then we're good to go. That's a picture from before, right? Probably a week before I was diagnosed. I'll tell you what, Bart, the wind was blowing the right way this morning and I could smell the lake, and I was just like inches from telling the kids, look I'm ready to cheat, go over to the back road to the fishery and get me some pickerel. Oh, God, I miss fishing so much. And last week they were going to try and get me down there. They were. And I thought, I said, I pulled this trying to do stuff too soon a couple of weeks ago, and it screwed things up. And as much as I want to go fishing, I would rather get this finished first, because then I can get back to everything.
Right.
It's just, well, I can't remember who said it to me today. They said, well, stop taking the DMSO. I said, no, because it's finally getting to the stuff I've been trying to get to for 2.5 years. Well, if it's causing you that much pain, I said, I don't care how much pain it causes me. The faster it gets out, the better.
Right.
And
yeah,
like,
you've gone this far.
Yeah, this has been, and I knew it was going to be hard, but I never thought, and I expected that on the inside there was going to be a lot of stuff hard caked in there, because with the IBS, I had that 3 years that was just horrific. And when that stuff isn't going anywhere, it's first, your intestine isn't absorbing it because of the layer that's there. Mm-hmm. And then you're not getting any of the nutrients, and then it has to go somewhere because it's not coming out. Then it all starts depositing in your tissues and your organs. And when your system gets that overloaded, your liver starts what they call fatty liver, but not related to alcohol. And that's caused from your system being overloaded and not being able to clear things. Right. So I started with the basics, and I just started clearing stuff. And after my third one, I tried to lose that extra weight after her for probably 7 years. And probably 14 of the things I tried were natural. The rest were regular stuff to try and clear things.
Right.
Nothing helped. And I never lost 1 pound, but I gained anytime, up and down all the time with it, but never ever lost an ounce. Then fast forward to when I started treating the cause of the tumors. Mm-hmm. And within 2 weeks, I'd lost 10 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Not trying. I wasn't trying to lose weight. I was just trying to treat the cause.
Right.
And since I was diagnosed on the 18th, I've lost 110 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And not trying, just simply treating the cause of the tumors with all natural stuff. At no point was I trying to lose weight during this. I was just treating the tumors.
That's crazy.
So that's what natural does, right? Because I tried everything under the sun beforehand. Right. And this time, once I started treating the tumors, not even trying, it just started falling off. Plus, I had a lump around my thyroid in my throat that the doctor swore wasn't there, but I'd had it since I was in my 20s. And it was just getting worse and worse to the point where you had to hold your head a certain way to swallow pills. It's gone. Not there. Had it my entire life since my
Right.
20s. It's gone. I had a ganglion in my wrist that was the size of a golf ball. It's gone completely.
I went to the doctor one year because I was gaining weight and my cholesterol level was high. So he said, well, we're going to put you on some medication, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, this was, I don't know, about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So put me on this medication. I started looking at natural things. So I excluded all red meat out of my diet because I want to lower my cholesterol. So I went on a basically just eat. I just eat like fish and salads and stuff, so I lower my cholesterol. Well, once I started that, my body adjusted really quick to it, and within like I was at like 260 when my weight started dropping. I had a hard time keeping at a level. So I dropped down to 180 pounds. I was like, oh my God. So I ended up getting off that medication. And once I got off that medication, I started eating. I didn't eat as much red meat, but I started adding it back into my diet. And so now I've maintained about a 215, 220 range, which is normal for my height. So I'm comfortable where I'm at. But yeah, once you start on that downward slope, man, it's hard to stop. It's like, especially when you're on medications for everything. All that, he had me like cholesterol and this, and of course I was having a little side effects. So he had me something else, and it's like you go to the doctor to get something, figure out something, you end up leaving with 3 prescriptions. It's like, what the heck just happened?
And they got a big fat paycheck for each one.
Yeah.
Right.
And I lost a bunch of weight because of the medications. I mean, because I was eating, I just couldn't maintain weight.
Are you any chance you're diabetic?
Nope. Clean. I have nothing wrong with me. I'd say once I stopped going to the doctor for everything,
Yeah.
I try and find natural remedies. I have no problem since. Nothing.
Oh, hey, Bart, you'll get this. When I was running the coast, we had this couple that worked for us. Great couple, like fantastic people. So, we pulled into Grand Island, and they were there, and we hadn't seen them for probably maybe a month.
Mm-hmm.
And she had lost so much weight, like shocking amount in a month, right?
Right.
And I asked her if she was okay, and she was, she started telling me how she was feeling and what she was eating, and I said, listen, I said, you need to do me a favor when we get home. I said, you need to go to the clinic and you need to get your sugar tested. Well, why? I said, because everything you're telling me right now, plus of how much weight I've seen you've lost in a month, I think you're diabetic. I said, so you promise me? She says, okay. So I said to Paul, I said, when we get back to town, you promise me before you take another load, you take her down and get her tested. He says, okay. So we get back to the yard in Kitchener. He runs her up to the clinic. He comes back with just like the deer in the headlight look on his face. He said, she can't drive anymore right now. And I said, what did they say? He goes, her sugar levels when they tested her said that she should have been in a diabetic coma.
Dang.
So it took her about probably about 6 months before she got it leveled off enough that they would allow her to drive again. But she still wasn't changing her eating properly. I mean, she wouldn't eat for the whole day, and then we'd catch up to her somewhere in Toronto, and she's fucking coming out with a bag of McDonald's with just like packed to the top and scorfing the whole thing, right? So that's fine. Then I'd say about probably 6 months after she was diagnosed, Paul starts complaining of a headache, really bad headache. For about a week and a half, he said it's like a migraine, like I've never had before. He said it won't go away. Then a broadcast goes out over the company radio while we're in Toronto, saying that Paul has passed away.
Wow.
And I'm 26 years old, okay? So they are telling everybody in the fleet to come home. 250 trucks sitting in Toronto, and they're telling us all to come home, deadhead. Well, we go back to Kitchener, and we have to take a detour on the way home because of an accident on the road. So as we're going around on the detour, we can just see the back end of the trailer, and it's one of ours. And I'm like, oh my God. We get back to the yard. Jimmy takes us into the conference room. Whatever happened, the driver behind Paul said he veered straight to the right. The truck just veered straight across 3 lanes, and it caught one of the concrete barriers that leads up to the bridge. And once it caught that barrier, the truck rode the barrier right to the bridge. And when it hit the bridge, it exploded. Well, when they did the autopsy, they said he had a brain aneurysm that ruptured. 26 years old.
Wow.
And there was nothing left of that truck, Bart, except the rims and the frame.
Wow.
And there was maybe the last quarter of a 53-foot trailer. That's all that was left.
Wow.
So she takes that really hard,
Right.
sends her diabetes off the wall. 3 weeks later, after he passes, we get a call saying, avoid the 401 in Toronto. So, of course, we're heading to the truck stop near the drop yard. So we go and we're watching the news. Well, isn't there one of our trucks on the news? Zigzagging all over the lanes in Toronto, in the express lanes, 4 lanes, zigzagging back and forth, almost running cop cars over. There's like 6 cars flanking it, 2 on the side. I'm thinking, and they're going to try and stop this with a car.
Yeah. Yeah.
She went into a diabetic low.
Night, Bella.
Good night, Bella Missy. Love you, darling.
Night, Monty.
Good
Good night,
night,
Monty.
Bella. Good night, Monty.
So she went into a diabetic low. So she's right out of it behind the wheel of this tractor trailer that's loaded. And there's 6 at the back, 2 on the side, and another one at the front, like whatever he's going to do, all trying to stop this truck. Well, they eventually got it stopped when 4 other trucks heard what was going on, and they blocked off the entire express lane so that the truck had nowhere to go except into the back of them. And then she was gone.
Dang.
2 26-year-olds, and all that happened to them.
Wow.
And they were fantastic couple. I mean, just give you the skin off their back, give you the shirt off their back. If they had it, it was yours. Great people. And both of them like that within 3 months of each other. 26. It was unreal.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Then we had a guy who basically did the same thing, only he never hit one of those concrete barriers. He just drove right into the bridge abutment down in Vegas, and I had to go pick up the trailer. There was nothing left of the truck.
wow.
Yeah, you see some pretty scary shit out there, and you tell people that you see 4 seasons in one trip, and they think you're on drugs. No, fuck no. I drove through a flood in Illinois, a mudslide in Wyoming, ice at Donner Pass, and when I got to the other side, it was summer. So,
Wow, they're showing some pictures from this storm. Oh my God.
oh, I know. I seen the ones just when the outer bands were hitting New Orleans. Just when the outer bands were hitting, ripping roofs off and everything.
Oh my God.
I really hope Craig got out of there. I hope he changed his mind and left.
I think it was too late. By this afternoon, they were still there. They had no plans of leaving. I think it was too late because the storm was like right upon them.
Yeah, but as long as you aren't, as long as you're still able to drive your vehicle, it's not too late. Get the fuck out of there.
Well, yeah, but they had the problem with all of their animals. What were they going to do with all their animals?
Yeah, but they'd already prepared in case they had to go. He'd already decided that the dogs and the cats went, the rest of them stayed there on their own. He'd already decided that. And when it comes down to it, what did he say about the goats? He said they're Moloch's animals or something.
Well, the goat is the.
I'm just trying to remember
for the
township he lived in.
Yeah, I don't know the name of that.
It was Fort something.
He'd prepared for both. So if they'd decided, oh, this is getting too bad, let's get the F out of here, all they had to do was throw the dogs and the cats in the vehicle and they were ready to go.
Yeah.
And I say, if you can still drive your vehicle, it ain't underwater, then you need to get the fuck out of there.
Yep.
Don't
Craig has some pretty good vehicles for that type of situation.
Yeah, and the level of anxiety that he was going through because of Katrina, that should have told him right there. You evacuated for Katrina, and you came back to 7-foot levels in your house.
Yep.
And this is supposed to be unprecedented. You need to get out of there, buddy.
Yeah, they're saying this is Katrina on steroids.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, how much of it is them trying to pump that fear?
Well, not that I'm saying that's, Katrina, the only reason why Katrina was so bad because the levees broke in New Orleans. That's why.
Right.
So they're saying the levees held. So, but the upper parts of the coast is probably going to get, north of Pontchartrain and shit. They're still getting hammered.
Yeah, and even if Pontchartrain doesn't get the full hit because of it shifting to the east, it's still gonna demolish it.
Well, I think he's northeast of Pontchartrain.
Yeah, he was on the east side.
He's east.
So the storm was heading straight for him.
Yep. As soon as they showed it shifting right for him, that's when my heart sank. Then I went, Craig, you got to get out of there.
Because one thing I've learned. I've lived down south. I don't mess with Mother Nature, man.
Yeah, hell no.
No.
And that's the only thing that I could see with everything that he'd already been through, and this storm surge supposed to be unprecedented. Knowing what he knows, knowing what he's been through, When you make the statement, I got a shotgun or an axe, I can cut my way out of the roof. I'm like, are you fucking mental?
Right.
If you have to do that to get out on the roof of a house that's surrounded by water, you've already freaking lost everything. Why are you putting your life at risk?
Yep. Yep. That's the
that
most
just
sane comment that I've heard in that respect.
I mean, you're already gonna, if you're thinking that you're gonna need an axe to get out of your house, then you're thinking you're already gonna lose everything, then you need to get the hell out of there.
Yep.
So right now I'm just praying for all of them that they're safe, because
this is so ironic. We're sitting here talking about this, and they're putting that Flex Seal product commercial on
Oh my
to keep
goodness.
out stormwater.
Oh my goodness. Leave it to the corporation.
Maybe he got some Flex Seal and he sealed his house up.
Unreal.
Yeah, they're waiting for daylight to pop up. This is
Well, here's the one good thing about Travis's chat. It wasn't full like it is most nights with like 200
right.
people. So maybe most of the people didn't see me blow a gasket.
Well, I know there's been. I think it was in Liberty's chat. There's usually a Deplorable Louisiana, and they weren't on, and they're usually on.
Yeah, because Craig was talking about a couple people that come to his coffee and prayer.
Yeah.
And they were talking on his update. They came into the chat and he was checking to see how they were as well.
Yeah, I think some of them were his neighbors, weren't they?
Yeah. There's one that I think he said was only 25 miles from him. I think he said his name was Carlos or something. But well, we'll just keep that our little secret. They don't need to know that I blew a gasket. I was pretty hot under the collar, though. I haven't been that hot under the collar for quite a while.
We all get that way from time to time, and I know Liberty, he can appreciate when that happens for someone.
And Deanna was too.
Yeah,
he was on fire.
Yep. Well, you know what?
You're gonna go?
The women are getting angry.
Oh yeah.
And
when we're pissed off, you better look out.
Yep. They're starting to speak out.
Well, and here's the thing that I'm like trying to gather on, everybody knows what needs to be done, but nobody wants to say it.
Right.
Well, I said it.
I mean, further beyond that.
Yeah, but I said it just for the lazy people that don't.
Well, right.
And for the people that are too scared to put themselves out there.
Right.
You can't tell me that doing those two things is too difficult.
Right.
And by doing those two things nationwide, you are going to send a big message.
Yep. That's true.
And it costs next to nothing. This is your life.
Wow.
This is your life. This is your children, your grandchildren, your great grandchildren's future. If it ain't worth that little bit of effort, then they aren't going to do squat. Because that don't require them putting themselves in a place of fear in any way, shape, or form.
That's true. That's
yeah,
true.
I definitely would have got in trouble if I'd have done that on Liberties.
I don't know. I think Liberty can appreciate when somebody, feels strongly about something.
Passionate like that, angry over passion, and you're just trying to, hey, this is what we can do, damn it.
Especially when you're making a good point.
when you're
Yeah.
just trying to get the message across, like Liz was, she said, I need to sit next to Travis and just slap him at the side of the head every time he says that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he let off a couple of GDs and a couple of JDs, and we had him up to over $40. And I said, and you better pay up, Travis, because that money goes to the kids. And he goes, oh yeah. I said, so it don't matter if you're getting in trouble for swearing or not, you're still helping the kids.
You heard he was slurring his words towards the end there, right?
Yeah.
He was hitting the sauce pretty heavy tonight.
Which is, it means the stress is getting to him.
I'm kind of worried about him because he's trying to battle that. I was an alcoholic, I've learned to, I get off, come back home off the road and I'd sit and drink all weekend.
Yeah.
And, and then when I worked regular jobs before that, I would, every day after work, I'd go to the bar and drink. So yeah, and seeing my uncles go through alcoholism, I went through it. It kind of ran in the family. I've learned now, where if I go, like last night at the barbecue that we had, I had one beer and one shot. That was it. I told myself no more. And
you learned your limit.
They were pressuring me to drink more, but I wouldn't. I would not. I didn't bottle it. I wasn't going to go because I know what it leads to. Because once I start that extra more, that's when I can't stop, and I don't.
Yep.
I don't. So I've learned to, and it makes me worried for Travis because he's got a good thing going for him, and I don't want to see him lose that passion over that.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it can lead to that if it gets too stressful, and I don't want to see him get stressed out to where he's going to turn that as a crutch.
Yeah, and see, I was kind of surprised that he said that he decided to move to Pennsylvania because it seemed like when he was going through the options that something about it was telling him not to go. But in the end, he's decided to go there anyways.
Right.
It almost seems like he's doing it, like a shot in the dark kind of thing.
Yeah, because when he was initially talking about it, it just seemed like something about it was telling him to think carefully, and it was taking him a long time to decide. Then he had another opportunity which seemed better to him, and in the end he went back to the Pennsylvania one, but he doesn't seem happy about it.
No, I could tell that tonight that he doesn't seem very happy about it. He even said that he doesn't know if he even made the right choice, and if you haven't known for your choice, he probably didn't.
Yeah.
If you're questioning yourself, it's probably not the right decision.
Yep.
Hopefully,
look at what Mike. He has no question in his mind. He made the right choice.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
no doubt.
And you could see the stress lift off of him the second that the move was done.
Yep.
He was lighter by so much after the move was done.
Yep.
Wasn't Travis
a lot of that
moving
was
back to Oklahoma?
He was talking about quite a few.
And I thought that was one of the things he was going back. I thought him moving back to Oklahoma would have been good because there's a lot of people there that would help support,
Well, Shane's there too.
Shane's there. And there's tons of people there. And he knows a lot of people there.
Yep.
And so this whole Pennsylvania thing kind of took me like, whoa.
Yeah, that's what I thought when he said it too. And the fact that he didn't seem happy about it is what bothered me.
Yeah.
Oh, good night, Bella. Did we already say good night to Bella?
Yeah, but we'll say it again. Good night, Miss Bella. I love you.
If you're still out there. If you're not, then maybe you catch it on a restream. Well, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. Right. It's a couple minutes to 3, and I got to go open up this last gate. And
all right.
then I'm on my way home. So,
Alrighty.
Thank you much for coming by and
No problem.
chatting.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us, Charlie.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, absolutely. I want to make
Thanks.
this a regular
Thanks.
thing.
Thanks for letting me run my mouth, and it's our little secret, Kay.
My lips are sealed.
Mine are too.
I
Okay.
can't say anything for the people that watch the video. But
If we're lucky, they won't go back and watch it.
no, if I'm lucky, they will.
Yeah, I got to get off here. I got lightning striking right now too. Anyways, so
All right.
just
Good night,
started.
guys.
So, good night.
Be
Love
safe.
ya.
Love you guys.
Love you guys. Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Later, Bart.